we pray that you are going to take absolute control of all we cannot but do today in the name of Jesus. Our facilitators and those that will take one part or the other in this seminar, Lord, we pray that you are going to give them fresh wisdom from heaven to impart on us. And we also ability to receive that which you want us to, Lord, give unto us in Jesus' name. We pray that all that Satan have arranged for this gathering, we cancel in the name of Jesus. Lord, take preeminence, and your name will be glorified. Thank you for prayer answered, for in Jesus' mighty name we have prayed. Amen.
Thank you so much, Pastor Felicita, for that prayer. We appreciate you. Yeah, as at now, we have 92 in the house. That's a good number. And I want to thank all of you who are here. And for those in the house is getting fuller. You are most welcome. I know other people will come in. So, what we will do this time is to take some recognitions, because I know a lot of people in the house. One of the earlier arrivals is our chairman. That's Dr. Mrs. Teresa Pharm. Yes, those of you in the house, give her a round of applause, Dr. Pharm. Dr. Pharm. And those of you online, yes, you can bang your table for her. Because when you hear Pharm, you know, it's attractive, very attractive. That's what I told her about the first or second time that we met. I said, ma'am, your name sounds good. Dr. Teresa Pharm is our chairman. And I deliberately invited her because of her varied experience. You know, she's here because for some time now, I'm sure by the time the Lord saw her vision that what she has, she needs to give unto us. So she has been very active down the house with a group, WASPEN, with a mentorship program. I know the one you did in Ogara, right? Yeah, at the residency program at the University, Ogara University. Fantastic. And all the interventions that she has been making as a medication therapy specialist. So, madam, you are welcome. One of the earliest arrival too is Mr. Abiodun Ali, a very senior pharmacist, who right now, you know, pass on his knowledge and experience to the young ones at Lee City University. Mr. Ali, you are most welcome. Good. You're welcome. It's like my people inside this house now, clapping is becoming a taboo. Because the people I'm seeing online, if they were here, they would have clapped. My dear sister, we see her once in a while. I don't know how your name now changed to Kalon Consulting in my phone. I'm telling you. That's dear pharmacist and welcome is here. You work for this agency? Sorry? Federal High Court. There was then I saw us working in Federal High Court. I said, can we come to court and get some privileges? She works for Federal High Court as a director of pharmaceutical services there. In the house, I may not be able to. We are now 102 in the house. Like I told you, the audience is varied. I've seen my dear lady here. I call her senior girl. That's Abiola Itakwe. It's my colleague at Lagos Business School. We are doing Doctor of Business Administration together. I'm sure there will be many of them here. I've seen Senator Abiola Paulusi. That's what they call her. Your name has been mentioned here. Abiola, if you can hear me, your friend has mentioned your name here. So my classmate in the secondary school is here, Abiodun One. So many people here, you know. Oh, wow, Adekunle Omidiora, nice to see you. Mrs. Akinsipe, are you in Port Harcourt or in London? Because I know those two cities are so near each other as far as you are concerned. Mrs. Akinsipe, are you in Nigeria? We can't hear what they are saying. Is it possible for us to hear them? Please, so let it be possible for them to hear us and for us to hear them, because they may want to ask questions. Okay? Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Antonio Yawole is in the house. Alaga, you are welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
Professor
you.
Azuka Okpara, Chairman, Board of Trustee. Yeah, he's here. SIPAN. Clinical Pharmacists Association of Nigeria. Your madam is here because the two of you are so clinically oriented. Azuka, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, madam is waving you. Okay. Oh, my sister is here. Boss Oluwatayo Omotoyinbo.
God bless you, my brother.
Oh, wow. Come on, David Enshaw. This is my Coca-Cola colleague. I will report you to people. He's the one that used to deduct our money in those days, for tax. Pastor David, you see, I remember you 20 years after. I still remember you. Are you there? Okay. Oh, so many people here. So many people here. Dr. Ologun Agba, your daughter has been here much earlier. Hello. So your mom is here now, online. You are here to represent her. Tik Madam Foibo, we have seen you. Nice to see you. Oh, our secretary is here. The secretary of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Gafa Madein, is here. Gafa Madein. Many people don't know the meaning of that word, Madein. And somebody who is so black, but the blackness does not touch the teeth. Mr. Gwenga Falabi, former secretary. The secretaries are near each other here. Former secretary and former chairman of NAHIP. They are here.
Good one.
Thank you. We hear you. Kabiru, that's supposed to be here running the show, is online. Kabiru, your men are here and they are doing you proud here. Tomori, I've seen you. Oh, Chairman Harps. Lan, Scholastica. Oh, she's on. Lan is on. Yeah, Lan is on. Howdy. All the way from Niger State. I cite you here. Yeah, I cite you. Everybody, you are all welcome. We are 107 now. So, Professor Odukoya is our confirmed Mamalawo. Yes. Confirmed Mamalawo is there. So many others. Yeah. The newly retired Director of Pharmaceutical Services, Lagos State, Bisi Omolambe, we have seen you. You are most welcome. Chairman Jelili Kilani, you are most welcome. Seeing you there. Wow. Oh, the General Stella Ibe. Brigadier General Stella Ibe, you are in the house. We have seen you. Ayetoro, we have seen you. General Ibe, you want to salute people here? Those who are not clapping, you can help me find those who will arrest them. You can send your soldiers to arrest them for me. Wow.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Wow, the chairman board of fellows, Uchenna Akpakama. Chairman. Our chairman, you are here.
Yeah, Lolu, good morning, and the team.
Good morning, we have seen you. So many generals here.
We will continue to appreciate your love for pharmacy by educating us and empowering us.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Yeah, I have somebody too from Canada here, Professor Kofo Aniola. Yeah, he joined us last time too, and he's here in the house. Kofo, I don't think his microphone is set yet. Okay, I welcome everybody, both in the house and online. This is what we do to help ourselves to improve our knowledge, to increase our knowledge. Don't forget what we said the other time. We said, seek revelation and revenue will follow. Yeah, that is the important thing. Those of us who are here, in what way are we different from those who are still in the village? It's because we got knowledge. That is it. And that is the revelation that we are talking about. That seek revelation, revenue will follow. So what we're doing here is to expand our horizon of knowledge so that once we know, we can apply it. Don't forget, it's knowledge that you apply that they call wisdom. That's it. So when you get the knowledge and you put it into use, then they say you are wise. And that is what we are doing here. You will remember the one that we have done, just the last two, we did digital marketing. I mean, you find out that you can be doing your job, and if you have that knowledge and skill in digital marketing, you can be handling this income through your skill. There's some people that know how to do. We used to have one engineer here. Well, we employed him here as a digital marketer, but he's an engineer. Yeah. But because of that skill that he has, but he was here during the digital marketing that we have. But like all young men, their mind is, their bomb does not sit in the chair for too long. He has gone. And after that one, we did finance for non-finance managers. Because for most of us, particularly in the profession of pharmacy, which was the original target of this series, this workshop, we know pharmacy quite all right. We know the drugs quite all right. But by the time you open a pharmaceutical store, you are in business. And you need to know finance. You need to know how this money comes in, how you arrive at your selling price, how you manage your source of purchases, and stuff like that. And we call people who are subject matter experts to come and address you as at that time. And I was here myself and I enjoyed the lecture, and I'm sure you all enjoyed the lecture. Together with the finance for non-finance manager, we did fundamentals of entrepreneurship. Yeah, because you can't just be saying there is no job, there is no job. You can create job yourself, you know. And I thought we will start today with a review of that fundamental of entrepreneurship. But we change it because someone is coming to talk to us again about practical experiences, about advocacy, and possibilities of artificial knowledge. So that's why we cut off that 30 minutes. Now, we are here today on artificial intelligence. We all know it's coming. I say it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. You must prepare for it too. When you hear it's coming, then prepare for it. Otherwise, when it comes, it should not catch you napping. Yeah. We have been told website. We didn't know what it was called. And I'm telling you this because I work for Roche, an international organization then. They were just sending us messages, check the website, but we are not conversant with websites. Yeah. So, but what myself and my boss did that, we must find a training that will introduce us to this website. Because a time will come, we may not be able to communicate with our principal again. And that's the truth. A time it was, we actually ask ourselves, how have we lived without this thing they call mobile phone? Remember the post office. Remember all those trouble that we do. But now, who is using the post office in Nigeria today? Everything you need is there. You know, everything. Damola, it's like the speaker is there. He's here. The driver is calling me, but I cannot pick his call. So go and bring her here. So, these are the things, the artificial intelligence is already here. It's just that in this part of the world, we lag behind somehow. But what we want is have knowledge. Yeah. Have knowledge. So once you have knowledge, it is now your choice to carry that knowledge, pack it very well, dig a ground and put it inside. Or learn more and apply it. But don't forget what I told you, it is not knowledge that is applied, is what they call wisdom. So each one of us today, we are going to hear one or two things that will assist us to go and dig more, check more, then whatever it is that we now get, we will use it to our daily life. So, the speaker is almost here, just to bring her in. But we will continue, we will not wait. We have had our prayer, we've had some introduction. We'll be introducing people as we continue intermittently. But let me call on our coordinator, Emmanuel Nadozie, to introduce the chairman of today. Emmanuel.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. Our chairman for today is Teresa Pounds. Sorry if I blundered the name. Anambra. Dr. Teresa Pounds is the immediate past president of the Nigerian Pharmacists and Pharmaceutical Scientists Association. Also the founder and president of West African Society of Parenteral and Enteral Nutrition, WASPEN. WASPEN is a non-profit organization focused on increasing the awareness of malnutrition in Nigeria and other parts of Africa. She is also CEO of Pharm Global Health Limited and consultant in metabolic support, medication therapy management, and clinical pharmacy practice and residency program development, Georgia, USA. Dr. Pounds received a Bachelor of Science in Pharmacy and her PharmD from Mesa University. She completed her postdoctoral residency at Georgia Baptist Hospital, which later became WAMC. She holds an academic appointment at South University as a clinical assistant dean for clinical pharmacy education. She has served in different capacities in both the pharmacy and medical arena in nutrition support, medication therapy management advocacy, global medical missions, and clinical pharmacy practice. Prior to serving as a consultant, Dr. Pounds served as the program director of the pharmacy practice residency program and clinical pharmacy manager at Atlanta Medical Center. Dr. Pounds is also an adjunct professor at Mesa University College of Pharmacy and Health Sciences and the University of Benin, Nigeria. In her role at Atlanta Medical Center, she serves as a liaison between Atlanta Medical Center and Mesa University for clinical extensive training programs for pharmacy students. She has over 20 years of work experience teaching and mentoring pharmacy and medical students, clinical practice, research, and community service. As the clinical pharmacy manager and nutrition specialist, Dr. Pounds serves as department liaison and direct functions of metabolic support services. Dr. Pounds serves as a Dr. Pounds serves as a preceptor for Mesa University, Philadelphia College of Osteopathy Medicine, and Medical College of Georgia, University of Georgia, South University, Xavier University, and Florida A&M University. Dr. Pounds is dedicated to developing clinical pharmacy training programs, both locally and internationally. She is the consultant residency program director and preceptor at the International Pharmacy Practice Residency Program with the West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacy. Dr. Pounds has published and presented at national conferences on clinical pharmacy nutrition-related topics and is an expert on various topics in nutrition support and infectious diseases. Ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together for Dr. Pounds.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. I was sitting here listening to him and wondering, is he really talking about me? Yeah. Thank you. I feel privileged. I think I would like to start by welcoming everybody. It's really a pleasure to be here in person from Atlanta, Georgia. When I was asked to do this, it became very clear and lucky for me that I'll be here in the country. So that's why I decided to come. So it's a pleasure to chair this program on a topic that is timely. Like Dr. Lolu mentioned, this artificial intelligence is here. We cannot escape it. It's here. It's happening in all facets of professions. In the pharmacy profession, in fact, I was reading an article yesterday in the, a pastor was talking about what is going to be the impact of this artificial intelligence. So it is timely. And the topic, the principles and application of artificial intelligence, I really want to commend you, Dr. Lolu, you and your team members who came up with this topic, who also did a great job in terms of advertising it. It is definitely. But what really brings me more pleasure is that you were able to pick people that have expert knowledge on this topic. And we are lucky to have you here this morning, Dr. Chika, Banjo, right? Yeah, so please help me to welcome her. And we are really looking forward to the information you're going to be sharing with us. So I don't want to do more talking this morning. I think what I would like to do again is welcome not only the people who are here in person, but I also want to welcome people who are online, who have taken the time to really come to listen to this wonderful presentation that we're going to be having today and to learn from it. So at the end, I'm sure we're all going to go home with knowledge that we can utilize in our various practice. So again, thank you for having me to chair this occasion, and I'm going to learn just like everybody else. Thank you.
If you ask me, I will tell you. Even if you don't ask, I will still tell you. Dr. Pan deserves more than that. told you that you use body language, Truly. Oh, fantastic. He said so many good things about you. Well, let me say it here. He said, well, he's the only person who can handle it well to my satisfaction. And I've never met her. And funny enough, Professor Adebisi promised me we contact her, but he did not. Has he contacted you now? Up till now. Oh, you saw him this morning? You now told him, okay. So I gave our dear guest speaker a call. And I said, it's okay. Just like that. Please, a round of applause for her. I've never met her. And she said, it's okay. And I'm telling you, till I'm talking to you now, there is no negotiation about this is what I will take or I will not take between us. That deserves a bigger round of applause. She's not here because she has negotiated that she's going to take this. No. She's here because she believes. When I told her, how many people? I said, well, the other time about 500 people registered. I don't know how many we registered. And I tell you, as at this morning, 600 people registered. So I told her she should prepare for a crowd. And I'm sure she's prepared for a crowd. I'm speaking about an assistant professor and a computer scientist. The current head of Department of Computer Science, University of Lagos. Artificial intelligence, robotics, data science, and entrepreneurship. She's passionate about creative and innovative projects, and she has so many of them. I'm just summarizing what she has there. And she has developed several models with machine learning techniques. I'm sure she will tell us some of them here. She's a recipient of several grants. We try to put those grants here, but we find out that you will not be able to read it because the whole thing will be crowded. So we just put it there that she's a recipient of several grants. And she recently won the Outstanding Performance in Teaching Award given by, I think, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Please welcome Dr. Mrs. Chika, Yinka Banjo, our guest speaker of today. Your choice. Standing be better. Oh, fine. So you can be there. Oh, she can be where? Where I am? In the front. Okay. All right. See, the camera will be able to catch up. Fine. What about your presentation? Oh, so please come here. Let me carry yours. You know, you are the one of us are waiting for. Meanwhile, we have a director of pharmaceutical services in the house. Moses. When he told me he would come, I thought he was joking.
Thank you so much for the invitation and for the introduction. Okay, that's true. So I believe some people are online, so my mic is very important. So from the introduction, my name is Chika, Yinka Banjo. So you know what that means. I'm an Igbo woman, married to a Yoruba man, a true Nigerian. So I'm always giving this type of introduction so that you know that we are all one. The only thing, I didn't have any affiliation in Hausa land. So, yeah, okay. So we go straight to it. But you know, this kind of talk is something that we need to make interactive, since we are even fewer here, just for us to know what we have been hearing, you know, and the right thing to get from what we are doing. Because the topic says is the principles. So we need to know what makes up artificial intelligence before we now start applying it. What is it about before we start applying it? So I will go straight to the lower level on what we usually do, and so that we can contribute to what we are. So like he said, I'm an associate professor, not an assistant professor. Associate, yes, that's since 2021. And I'm due for my professorship last year. So we don't know when it comes out, it has to be backdated for 2024. So I'm currently the head of the Department of Computer Science, Unilag, and also run an artificial intelligence and robotic lab. So this lab came from when I finished my PhD, and I got a small grant to start something in my country. So I did my PhD in, I did my PhD in Cape Town, University of Cape Town, and I worked on building models to guide robots in underground mine. So when I finished, I was nominated to get one grant from AIMS. I don't know if you know about AIMS, African Institute for Mathematical Sciences, South Africa. Then they gave us $20,000 to start something in our country. Okay, thank you. So that's fine. Sorry, this is... sorry, which one is up and down? This or that?
Which one? Okay, let's try it.
Okay. Thank you. So I will start right it. I wanted to find out what we know, how we got here. I'm going to use this overview. The major thing I want us to take is whenever we try to discuss, this is like an evangelism, if I can use that word, going around to show the real thing and show the right thing. I keep telling people, when I was in secondary school, they told us that beans is protein. But I came out and noticed that it's more of carbohydrates than protein. It's 60% carbohydrate, 40%, so it's more of carbohydrates. And that's what they taught us. And they are still teaching it in some places up till now. So the same thing is going on. People just say AI. It's a buzzword everywhere. So how do we make the right terms? How do we know the right things? And how do we give the children the correct thing? And that's what we are actually propagating right now. How did we get here? AI has been a buzzword. We have been moving from point A to point B, using computers all this while. If you can remember in the days of typewriter, I don't know if some of us were born that time. My mom used to be a typist. So in the days of typewriter, we were using the commercial students would go and carry that typewriter, learn and start using it. And when computer came, they were all scared. We're going to lose our jobs. But it wasn't, because it became better when they phased out typewriter. It was too manual, and a lot of people wouldn't have that interest to use it. And computer came and displaced it. Even children now can use computer. They made it to the extent of making computer to even be pumped up. Like even this I'm holding is actually a system. Why is it a system? I can use it to achieve something, and it's electronic. So if I remove what is inside it, it is nothing. The battery is controlling it. So when the system, when we were using the typewriter period, things were kind of manual. And when it came, nobody can see it now. The children born, these Gen Zs and Gen Alphas, they don't know what is typewriter. They can go and sit in the museum and where they position it for them to know what it is. But now what they know is computer. So it has phased them. Okay.
Please pardon me, and Chairman, please pardon me. Everybody in the house, I made an error. After the chairman's speech, we are supposed to have a little address from our special guest, and I skipped that. So it was when he was talking that I saw a note, that reminded me. So please, just give me 2 to 3 minutes, because if you enter into the main thing now, it will be difficult to stop you. So we have in the house a very... come and sit down here. Come and use this place. Yeah. An important personality. When we were advertising the last program, that is finance for non-finance managers and the entrepreneurship, he was sending me a note that, well done. But in fact, you used the word equity and stuff like that. When we finished and I wrote the report, he still wrote the same. So I now told him, if you are going to have the next one, I will call you as a special guest. So, fulfilling that promise today, we have in the house Pharm Olumide Akintayo. I expect that clap to be more than that because you all know him. That's a big fighter for pharmacy cause. A past president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. He told me he's going for a function, and by 10 he will be locked up, which I know, and it must be for some pharmacy-related issue. So may I now call on Pharm Olumide Akintayo to please give us his address. Olumide Akintayo. Can you take us back to the? Can you take us back to the people in the house? Oh, I just chatted. Olumide, are you in the house? Yeah, Olumide, can you join us now? Are you in the house? No, now. Just enter and address us immediately. I know, I've seen your note. Sorry, it's my fault. Just join and address us immediately. Put on your video so that we can see you. Eh? Okay. No problem. No. Just address us. It was my fault. The speaker came in as the chairman was about to talk, so we just carry on like that. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. I mean, I made the error because we already agreed that immediately after the chairman's talk, he will talk. So, but our coming in was electrifying. And we forgot. Are you in the house now, Pharm Olumide? It should be now.
Oh.
Tony, could you please help me get in touch with him? Let's see whether he can quickly come in and address us. Tony Oyawole.
Let's try. Are you getting? Let me see.
Is he? Okay. Pharm Akintayo, if you are here, please address us.
Okay.
Who said this?
Hello.
Yes, please
Hello.
go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Chairman, the keynote address speakers, distinguished participants, you will just have to bear with me because I have to do this in a haste. I'm actually slated to be at another program about now. That's why I'm not in the sun. But let me just say that in most professions, the youths, who we always say are the future of our professions or organizations, they always pass through very stringent academic qualification, especially for those of us in pharmacy. And they proceed on to a career, building products or services that change the world. Oftentimes, the final few steps of crossing over from pharmacy school to a career are more measured. As a matter of fact, and may appear longer compared to those professions too. The journey between you and your heart desire oftentimes is a rate-limiting step, and how you decide to navigate that process will determine how quickly you can begin to build a career that will last. And that is what I call a meaningful and impactful career. Let me safely assume that based on cultural norms of your esteemed college, Now, most of us here will be familiar with the King Sisyphus of old Corinth. I'm sure those who are familiar with the Bible are familiar with Corinth in ancient Greece. In that story, very popular story, we are regaled with the tales of the wit and cunning of this mystical figure. That is not the topic of our consideration today, which is, of course, AI. Our topic today is AI. None of the theories that interpret his action is also probably relevant. But we are focused on only one thing that is relevant to us in the life of King Sisyphus. And that was the punishment meted out to him, which oftentimes appears to be the burden of struggling professionals in a climate like Nigeria. After his fall, this great king was charged with rolling a rock up a steep hill for eternity. Of course, you know that is a near impossible task. So King Sisyphus will push the rock up the hill, and then when nearly at the top, the rock will slide back down to the earth. In that way, Sisyphus was consigned to an eternity of useless efforts and unending frustration. That is why up to today, human history describes pointless work as Sisyphean. What then is the purpose of work?
Recording in progress.
What makes a career in pharmacy practice meaningful? Does it consist of payments or rewards alone? This has been the point of the seminal work proposed by researchers over the last 2 decades. And is more relevant even today in the face of AI. Many professionals today feel caught in the web of Sisyphean work, especially work where the only reward, monetary, is incomparable to the contribution of the professional. Like I said this morning, they are focused on the principle of and applications of AI, which is one of the most contemporary subject matters in the new world order. We must have more of these engagements, which border on career advancements, because the only asset we shall showcase eternally remains our knowledge and skill sets as professionals. It is important as we continue to evolve to create more discourses, just like we're doing with AI this morning, more discourses to engage in pharmacy laws, pharmacy administration, pharmacy management, clinical pharmacy, and much more. We must critically appraise the first generation, because this is a project that is dear to the heart of so many of us who are gathered this morning. We must critically appraise the first generation of consultant pharmacists in our federal health institutions and some of the state governments, and check out whether they are living up to expectations, whether they are impactful on those bits. The insight this proposal will give us will help us to shape and advance the consultant cadre to the next level. Finally, because this will be great injustice to Lolu and the fantastic team that has put this together, let me join others in congratulating pharmacist Lolu, not just for inviting me to be part of this, but for this very, very laudable initiative. We must all continue to embrace concepts that add value to our profession, pharmacy. Pharmacy needs pathological and not symptomatic changes. So we must bring that utilitarian value that compels symphonies of progress to bear on all of our endeavors. Once again, my deep gratitude to the convener and the team that has put this together. And I know that all of you who are attending this will certainly, you won't be the same after this program. It is well with all of us. Thank you so much and God bless.
Amen.
Please, so the class will be for Olumide. So it will be for Olumide, so give him a very good applause. Thank you so much, Pharm Olumide, a former president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. It's so nice and pleasant to have you on. Please pardon the slip. The fault is mine, so everybody please pardon me. because I've received some note. Let's continue. And now, Madam Speaker, please pardon me. That's our former president, the former president of the... And as a rule, we treat our president like king, so that my name can continue to be on the register. So, having pardoned me, I believe, let me now call the speaker back. Please, this is why we are here. Let's take our time to learn. It's about learning. Don't forget, nobody is writing the exam. It's just for you to learn. We have a certificate for you, not because you are going to look for job with it. But you can, so this is an additional skill that I have, which can make you to be more attractive to your employer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And welcome back from where we stopped. So we are actually trying to say how we got to where we are now. That's what we are trying to see. Because we want to take it from the lowest level, grassroots, to be able to understand what. So, okay. So there's something I want to ask. There's something that has, there's something called revolution. I don't know if anybody can help us. Give us the definition of revolution from the pharmaceutical aspects, if everybody here are all farms. Yeah, okay, so. Yes. I like it when I asked you, you said general, and that's fantastic, so that we can have a balanced understanding. But this one I'm asking is an English word, revolution. Anybody can say, what do you understand by revolution? I said it's going to be interactive. So, what do you understand by revolution? Just one word. Revolution. We have smartphones. Change. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Change. Transformational change. Fantastic. So that is just it. Change. But there is something, when they do coup in government, overnight they can throw somebody away and put somebody on the seat. That also is that is dramatic change. Now, so that's what happened in the technology world. And we are trying to understand, how does this happen? I'm going to tell you something, that this AI you're hearing is not just the only thing that came with transformation. You will see that it's just a buzzword. And you have a balanced understanding that, yes, AI is just one out of a lot that came. And you will see now and that AI is just not all. So there's something we call basic revolutions that have happened in the world. Worldwide. It's not just anywhere, but everywhere in the world. The only thing is that some countries are still yet to catch up to the level of where they're supposed to be. And most of those countries are usually African countries that are trying to, because we call them developing world. They told us to stop calling them underdeveloped. So we are developing. Now we have basic revolution in agriculture, we have in industry, and we have in information. Now the agriculture is not why we are here, but let's just have 1 minute to understand what that means. For agriculture revolution, what happened was a lot of things changed with technology as things were evolving. As revolution is coming, a lot of farmers in those days will be farming. Everybody, every home you get to are farmers. But now, very few farmers. A lot of things are mechanized because of what? Advancements and revolutionary change in a lot of things that had to do with technology. We also have most people farm, many work in industry now. If you notice, in the cities, you don't see farmers anymore. It's usually when you go into the interior part of any community, or maybe go to the village, that you see farmers. Even in the village, they're running away. Then, poorly used land. You see that they just use the farm anyhow. Sometimes they are not optimizing the land. But with revolution that came, better used land is what we are doing right now. You can see small farm bringing out more products than we used to be. Hand tools, no more hand tools. Machines do a lot of things, mechanized. Not much food, plenty of food. The only problem we have now is that we have all that are, not all of them are organic. Some people just do get things under 2 months and give us to eat. But it's revolution. This is agricultural revolution. And it's just for your information. Then we have the one we call the industrial revolution. And that is where I want to show you how AI came, so that you know that where it's coming from. So we have industrial revolution. What happened this time around is in the industry. What they were doing before, there are some things that came that changed the way they were doing things. I already mentioned typewriter was phased out. Everybody now types. Your projects, you type it now. Before, you go and give it to someone to type. But now everybody has laptop. Then you can type it and correct all the mistake. Any single mistake, you go back to the person. And it wasn't efficient, even though it was doing something. But you can see that it wasn't optimized. It wasn't efficient. So we have the Industrial Revolution. What happened? You see the things that were happening in the industry. We began in England during the 1780s. I don't know where Nigeria was that time. Nobody. That was when it began. And factories made it possible to do secondary activities cheaply. And what were they doing? We have what we call First Industrial Revolution. This is revolution in the industry. Then we have Information Revolution. Now, there's something, I showed you 3 basic revolutions: agriculture, industry, and information. Now, industry started, we have First Industrial, Second Industrial. In the Third Industrial, we have that industry merging with what? Information. It became the Third Industrial. And what is information? That is what we call digital age. What they call digital age, and everything had to do with computing. Whenever you want to talk about information, you're talking about computer age. That was when computer became miniatured. In those days, it used to be one mighty thing in a room that people will go as if they're going to a sacred place. You go in, you come out. But now, everybody has it. So it became miniatured. Laptops came, desktop came, then phones became smart. No, smart came after that, after the third. It was in the Fourth Industrial Revolution that everything became smart. But in those days, when the internet has not come, we are just using computer, trying to automate it ourselves. So this was what happened in the information age. So if you notice what I showed you here, you'll see, because this is a master class kind of program, this is it. Industry and information merged together and became the third, the fourth. Now we will see that most people keep saying Industry 4.0, Fourth Industrial Revolution. Even there should be Pharm 4.0. There is Agriculture 4.0. A lot of music 4.0. Every area became 4.0. What's that? That means that they are moving with the industry revolution. As things are changing, they are changing. If it wasn't, I wouldn't be here talking, because you two want to change a lot of things in your own field. So that's how we moved to that 4.0. And what did they bring? What came with it? When we talk about information, we are talking about computer, phones, anything that had to do with information. And what is this information? Processed data. What is data? You know, information is processed. What is data? So when you talk about digital, you're talking about computer. But computer sees things in digital form. Zeros and ones. That's why it's called digital age. So whatever we type in this system, it doesn't understand it, because it has its own language called what? Machine language. So it will translate whatever I type into zeros and one. Very few people write in that language, because it's not something that is common. It is kind of abstract. You, instead of writing English, you're writing in zeros and ones and writing programs to take it to computer to understand. So everything we type, my name is Chika. C will be changed to zeros and ones. H will be changed to zeros and one. And each of these letters or alphabet is what? 8 bits make 1 byte. So C is a byte, and zeros and one will be 8 times 5. You can imagine you going to program in that line, and it will be very cumbersome and very confusing, actually. So now that's our computer. That's why we call it digits. So when we say digits, it's zeros. Our computer sees things in binary forms. So we have the binary, we have decimal. Decimal is 0 to 9. Binary is 0 to 1. Hexadecimal is 0 to 15. It was end is 16, but you start from 0. When you start counting from 0, I say binary, I say 0, 1. That means I'm counting just 2. And I said decimal. Decimal is supposed to be 10. And I start 0 to 9. It's still 10. And if it is hexadecimal, I say 0 to 15, it's still 16, because I'm starting from 0. But if I start from 1, that's when you can say, yes, you should end at 16. So that's our computer system. So it cannot exceed 1 for binary. So that's why it's zeros and 1. So that's what we call digital age, computer information. And so with that, we now have this. So up until last year, I have been teaching First Industrial Revolution, Second, Third, Fourth, everywhere they call me. But I now realize that we have even moved. Because why we keep doing this is we check where we are in the country. What happened in the First Industrial Revolution? What happened in the second? What happened in the third? What happened in the fourth? I already said that the third is where industry merged digital. those working in the industry now started using computers, everything, you automate things. So if you want to say, I want to automate whatever I want to do in the pharmaceutical world, you now start programming it and making it automated so that I can respond. But that was where they met, and it became the third. Then fourth is when things became intertwined. So that means we now start working together with everything, physical, computing, medical. Everybody is now working with what? Systems. So, and you can see the years that it came. So this fourth industrial revolution is what came with these things. The fourth industrial revolution is unique, and it has a lot. See the things it came with. I don't know if you have seen, sorry, not seen. If you have heard about cloud computing before. If you have heard about big data before. If you have heard about IoT, Internet of Things. So what are these things? Now, these are the things that came with that revolution. What are these revolutions? This revolution is what came with, because in the first industrial revolution, what happened was the steam engine is what they used to work in the industry. But what did they not do? They changed it. So the steam-powered revolution, that is steam engines powered big ships, and they were using it. And it happened in 1760 in the industry. In 1870, mass production of electricity everywhere in the Western world. That was 1870. This is 2025. I'm not sure we have electricity in some places in the country. But it came there, they called it mass production, being everywhere has electricity. And that's why they called it a revolution. Then the third one is computers, automations, and robotics. So we say automation and robotics. Then the fourth one is internet. That is what changed the whole thing we are seeing today. This AI you're talking about is just one out of a whole lot that came with what? Fourth industrial revolution. And that's what I want to drive home today. That it came with a lot. And what are these lots? These lots are Internet of Things, because the internet made us to be here and any other place. I'm here, and some people are in Canada. I have a friend. I posted this on LinkedIn this morning. She said, you forgot to send the link, that she will be awake. Meaning, as I'm speaking, somebody in Canada is hearing me. It wouldn't have been possible if we stopped at third industrial revolution. But because internet came and revolutionized everything, that's the major revolution we're talking about. Because you can be here now and be talking to somebody as we are even doing things. We are doing multitasking. We are doing virtual reality. This is what I'm doing, virtual. And people are seeing me and listening to me as you're listening to everything. We can watch real-time things because the internet has revolutionized everything for us. And that is why that 4.0 is a unique revolution. It brought a lot. But AI is just one of all the lots. So you will see the lot it came with then before we now enter the AI proper. Then after that, even the 4.0, it has been what everybody has been teaching until last year. I saw that we have 5.0. Of course, 4.0 is the major revolution because of making everybody to be a global village, be in a global village at the same time. But there are things that became smart. Everything is smart. Smart agriculture, smart pharmacy, smart medicine, telemedicine. Everything became smart. Smartphone, you use it to do all sorts. Then after that, I realized that 6.0 came as well. So what's going on in 6.0? Sustainability. Now, if you notice what is going on now, everything we are doing, people in energy has come. We need to sustain the environment, climate change. As I came in, I don't know if the lady is here, I started grasping for air. No, I'm trying to tell you what sustainability means here. I started grasping for air. The reason is that in 2021, I was diagnosed to have occasional asthma. Now, I had not had asthma until 2021. Even though I know I had bronchitis when I was young. And since I finished giving birth to 3 children, I got married 21 years or 22 years now, I have not seen it. And it now came. They now told me that where I'm living has a lot of pollen grain in the air. Now, so the pollen grain in the air is affecting the environment. So now we want to make our clean environment is what everybody is advocating for right now. That is what led us to 6.0. So, but if you notice, the major one is still 4.0, which brought the whole world in. But we are exhibiting carbon footprints. These laptops are exhibiting energy. and they are affecting us in the environment. So immediately I started grasping for air, and I said, give me water. I said, please, you have it. I forgot my inhaler. She said she will go and get it. But all these things, I never saw them before. So a lot of things are happening in the environment is changing. And it's because of all the things that we are putting there. So they now want us to do everything clean. Clean energy, clean agriculture, clean everything now. So when you notice the kind of batteries that we should be using, they want us to be using solar panels because it doesn't disturb the environment. It's safe. So that is where we are. We are in Industry 6.0. Any questions so far? So now this is this is about generation and revolution. So that's what brought me here. So we'll go back and now finish what we started here. So for this fourth industrial level, I told you it came with a lot. So if you will see big data analytics. What is big data analytics? Big data came because we are generating data everywhere. If you give birth to a child right now, as he's coming out and see phone, he will forget the mother carried the phone. I don't know what. Generating data. Everybody's generating data. They don't even want, school is out of it, sir. They prefer phone to school, especially this Gen Alpha. We are talking about Gen Z. We've not seen Gen Alpha. Because they saw phone. We never saw any phone. We didn't see phone when we were growing up. We are trying to do Motorola. So now they have everything and they are generating data. Everybody's generating data. And Google that gives us free things are collecting this data and making huge amount of data analysis from there and making their own money as well. Of course, they gave us free things, so we cannot even blame them. So now the issue is that the data we generate in a day the debate going on, is data the new oil? Have you heard about that? Is data the new oil? That is because that's why we have big data. Everything we do. In a second, I think Google said we generate how many tons of data that we generate, everybody generates. Just imagine me, I'm even generating data as I'm talking to you. Do you know why? They are recording me, right? People online are seeing that. At the end of the day, you have a video and voice. That one is a whole lot of data that can consume data. If you save that video in your hard drive, it's going to consume space. If you save text, you save numbers. That's the one we used to do before. They don't consume as much as video. This video, selfie, and voice consume more. And if you say you want to buy a computer, sorry, I'm trying to still lay the foundation. We are going to, because it's a long thing. I hope I'm not too slow. Okay. If you buy a computer, there's something, if you say somebody's traveling and you say, please help me buy a computer, there's something you need to tell the person so that the person knows what to buy. Who can tell me? You can't just say, buy me a computer. Thank you. Pharmacists, people are hot. Yeah, memory size, yes. Yeah, so memory is very important because that is where you store whatever you do. And you know why? When computer became miniature this way, laptops, what makes it expensive is your memory, your processor. Memory is where things are stored. And they are not usually so big. So that's why you don't clog it with a lot of things that are not needed. Even our phones. If you know the phones, when you keep doing 1-2 selfie, the whole thing is blocked, is full. And you start deleting because it doesn't have too much memory. The higher the memory, the more expensive the device. So that's why when you want to buy a system, check what am I going to use this system for? Am I going to do some computational things? And then you now say, okay, buy me this and buy me that. Everybody has system here. Do you know what your memory is? Anybody knows their memory, system memory? Oh, so you want to, Your own is 500 or 512. 512, but that's your hard disk. The memory, we've not gotten any memory yet for 512. The maximum so far, it's not like so far. We have 4 gig RAM. RAM is the memory. So we have 4 gig RAM, we have 8 gig, 16 gig. So I don't know how much. So 32 gig is even very expensive. 64 gig, 128 gig. That's how we multiply them for memory. Then processor is the one that determines how fast the work is being done. Some people, you put your work and the thing is dragging. You'll be wondering, when will this finish? You leave it and go and eat and come back. You say it's still rolling. It's because of the kind of processor and the memory that you have. So now, big data came. We don't use this type of things to analyze data again. Because right now, they took our attendance as we were coming. That one can be analyzed, typed in a table. But when you do selfie, do you put it in a table? That's image. You can't put it in a table because they are heavy data. And this type of data is what brought us into what? Brought us into using machine learning. And that is when we want to talk into AI. Now, we do voice. If you want to analyze voice, you can't just put rows and columns for voice. You will still have to use what we call machine learning techniques to do some analysis. The same thing with videos. These things are heavy data. And that's why they said, is data the new oil? Why did they say that? Because the kind of jobs that are existing now, data analysts, we want to analyze data. We want to get information from the data to know. If it has to do with medical, I want to look at this. So we are doing some grant projects, and we have HIV data sets. You want to know the pattern that make these people to get HIV. You want to bring us some information, and that's what analysis. And you don't do that by doing rows and columns. You use machine learning algorithms or techniques to do that. And that is what will bring us to AI when we get there now. So we have big data, we have augmented reality, we have virtual reality. It came with what? This internet, that's fourth industrial revolution. And augmented reality is, you want to learn, right? You can wear something, you don't need a teacher, and it takes you into the world of whatever you want to learn, especially biological things and medical things. You want to learn skeletal system. They will show you that. They will take you into that environment where you wear that glass, and it's usually very expensive. I even read that the virtual reality and augmented reality programmers are the richest in the IT industry. Because those things are the things making where children want to learn. They don't want teachers. They don't want the normal classroom environment. That's where 4.0 has taken us. Then we have cloud computing. Now, when I said when you want to buy a system, the maximum, like he said, he has 512. That's your hard disk. Then the RAM is usually 30. If you have a huge amount of work you want to do, your system might not be able to handle it. You will now go and save in the cloud. Now, what is this cloud? These things I'm mentioning are things that has come with AI. I'm leaving AI to be the last, since that's where we are dwelling. So that cloud, you're saving it, is not the one outside you come and look. It's the cloud here is that some people have dedicated some high computational systems for them to manage your work. You save your work there. So we have a lot existing. We have the one we call Amazon Web Services. We have Azure. We have Amazon, Azure, Google Cloud, even your Google. Me, I save all my work in my Google. So the only thing I did, my Google here is my Gmail. I just paid for extra space, which is cheaper. And you see that Google, they have very good marketing sense. If they collect from everybody that they've given free service, they gave us Gmail free. But immediately 25 gig is full. Then you want to extend it, you pay something. Every year you renew. Every month you renew. And they're collecting. Because they gave you freely. Now you're giving them freely. Now, so that's the marketing sense that I said they have. But that way, you keep saving your things. Anywhere I go, I open my things. So that you don't need to even carry laptop. This is not the laptop I use. The one I use, I saved this on on my Gmail, and I downloaded it here. Because that one is high, my 64 gig RAM system. I don't carry it around. I use this one that if you take this one, I won't cry. So that's that. So what it means is you can even travel, save your things in the cloud, go there, open it, and continue doing what you're doing. So cloud computing has come for us to do. It services a lot. We have, if you want to dwell into cloud computing alone, is an area in computer science that you can be a specialty in. So we have mobile devices, which also came, that made everything smart. That's why everything became smart. Initially we say mobile phone should come. Mobile phone came, but it wasn't smart. But then when it goes over the internet, it becomes smart. And have you noticed that there is difference between data for you to work with and data for you to and the data that I talked about, different types of data. So this data that gives you data is you subscribe for you to have internet access. Do you notice that whenever that thing is not working, it looks like you want to run mad? I can't communicate. I can't reach anybody. I'm in the dark. All of a sudden we are in the dark. Meanwhile, there is day. But the thing there is because the communication, you can't reach anybody. So that's that. So you have to subscribe to be able to. So internet that came made life easier, and also they are also getting their own pay from them, because if you have to subscribe to an internet service provider to be able to get yours. Am I communicating? Okay, so now we have IoT platform. What's IoT platform? It's Internet of Things, Internet of everything. They can connect your dog to the internet. You travel, you're monitoring your dog. How do you do all of these things? We have some facilities that you use as eye that will be watching for you and connect them over the internet. You see that almost everything we are saying is what? Over the internet. And that is what brought that fourth industrial revolution. That's why a lot of people still keep talking about it up till now, because that is where the change, major change came from. So we have location dictation technologies. We have GPS, right? As you are coming anywhere you don't know and it's connected to the satellites, you will be able to use your GPS to go real time. Even though sometimes they might be walking on a road and it has not been updated, you will block you there, you go and hit the rock. Because they've not updated it, because it needs to be updated regularly for it to show you the path. But that is one of location services. You can open your location service on your phone and be able to, people will dictate where you are. If you close it, they won't dictate where you are. You know how to do that on your phone. This one is just normal technology that works with what? Internet. Then we have authentication and fraud dictation. Now we can dictate fraud using some softwares that we develop. But as I go all these are, then there's 3D printer, 3D printing and smart sensors. Now what are sensors? I will show you, let me not dwell here, I will show you the sensors when we move down to the AI part. But 3D printing, they also came with what? Fourth industrial revolution. You can print anything you want to use. You can print a house. People have printed houses and are living inside it. Because, yes, so it's all over in the Western world. But here in my lab, we print things that we use to build our robots. Because we build robots, we train children, we train undergraduates. So we will print, you can 3D print something, any material that you want to support what you're building, you can 3D print it. The kind of, it's not the normal trade, it has its own, we call it, what's it called again? I've forgotten the name. That we use for us to print. You buy it with the printer. And you print, and it gives you the material, hardware. And you use it to plug. So I believe it's not only children we should show these things. Adults can also move around to see these things and go around. I know, just Google it. Even Google. No, we are not. I'm not saying we are printing it. Like, we don't have that machine, of course. But we print house with 3D printing. Google it as we are talking. Yeah, just so. Then we have. So that is it. And also AI. AI is also one of the things that came with this fourth industrial revolution. Okay, so what now happened is that what after this. You will notice that a lot of things became common. We can interact with every other thing. So we have digital, the digital end of it, the physical end of it, and the biological end of it. You know now, robots are being used to do operation. Robots are being used to do so many things in the health sector. And that is why most of the things that we are going to talk about when it comes to the applications, we include robots so that you will know why, whenever you say AI, you know, there's something they say, AI and robotics. That thing is actually like tautology, because robotics is just under AI. But I'll tell you why it is brought out. That is the one we see physical, that shows us that this is what is going on. If you leave it only that software part, people will not be able to get it. So when we teach, especially in our lab, that where we do teach children how to code, if you show them how to code, they'll go home and not remember it. But you show them how to code, and a robot is the one showing them that you have told the robot to move, and it's moving. Come and see excitement. But it makes sense, so that you're doing something and you're seeing it. But if you're doing something and it's abstract, that's why a lot of people did not like coding in those days. Coding is programming. That's why a lot of people did not like it in those days. But now that we have robots is the one that brought real life to us. You can touch it. You can see it do things that you're saying do. You can see it talk. You can see it move. So you can turn this chair to a robot, and the chair can start moving. So yeah, so that is where the AI is coming now. So normally robotics is under AI, but people, even me, I call the lab AI and robotics lab, because if you bring out that robotics, it helps people to see and understand, and it brings a lot of children and people that want to learn. A lot want to learn, so they want to see it physical. So this is. Yeah, he said. No. You know, we go from grassroots all the way to up. We are in the school, but they still come there to see us. We do with undergraduates and postgraduates and the children. So we go all levels. Okay, so now, we have the digital aspect where you have blockchain, Internet of Things, AI, augmented reality, we mentioned is. Then we have the physical part of it. Because all these ones you see, they are usually not the physical part. They are the things that you program. But why you will see Internet of Things as sometimes physical, because cameras are being installed to get some things done for you. So all this CCTV you see that will be watching over some things, you're connecting them over the internet. Then you have the physical aspect, autonomous vehicles that drive on its own. These one are physical things that you see. You see a car driving. That's a physical thing. We see 3D printing that I just mentioned. That's a physical thing. Then you now come to the biological aspect. You see the neurotechnology, where they are using this fourth industrial revolution to transform things in that aspect. You see the bioprinting. You see the genetics. There are a lot of things people do in those sectors with all this fourth industrial revolution. So this where digital, physical, and biological merged. So that is what has come to stay now and is moving. In fact, they even said it's no more, what do they call it again? It's no more AI, it's now biological intelligence. They're moving a lot of things. People go to shop for human. You want to give birth. You said you want long hair, black eyes, this, you'll be shopping. But now they are putting some ethical guidelines on the medical doctors are putting ethical guidelines that you should not do. There are some things that they don't want to cross the line. But these are possible. You go and be picking. When a robot can carry pregnancy now, is that not where Elon Musk wants to go? Okay, so this is what has come, and that is what brought challenges for us to do 6.0. How do we not sustain our community? How do we sustain our environment so that all of us will not all perish before the technology will stay? So we need to be clean and also live inside with these new technologies. So with that, we have come to the introduction part is now done. We now want to move into what is now AI. Because AI, like we have said, is one out of a lot that came, and we've mentioned a lot that came. But the good thing, why AI is cut across, just like the way we discarded typewriter and brought computer, is because most of these sub-AI sectors are used for every other thing that I've mentioned. So you want to develop things in big data, for instance, you can use AI techniques. That is why. Now AI has cut across all field. Very soon, if you don't have any AI knowledge in what you're doing, you might just have to go and do some training, because linguistics need it. In fact, their own part is bringing a lot. When you want to develop things like large language models, where we use things like ChatGPT and co to check things, you will need to get people in linguistics, people in different fields to work on whatever you want to develop. So that means it's cutting across every field. Whether you're studying language or you're studying STEM, it's cutting across everything. So what is it? What is AI? That's one of those things that came. It's just, the way I usually say AI is making something that is not intelligent. But that's just to make someone understand it. But there's something that actually drives it to make that thing intelligent. So artificial intelligence refers to simulation of human intelligence in machines that are programmed to think and learn like humans. So we want to make something that are not humans behave like humans. And how are we going to achieve? That's why I just said I can make this chair to to speak. And for this chair to speak, there are some things that need to drive that. And that is where the techniques come. And that is where some sensors come that I said I'm going to show you, etc. So the branches of artificial intelligence exist. We have the machine learning. Now, I mentioned before that we used to call it AI robotics, but you can see that robotics is one of the branches of what? AI. And that is the physical components. When we show the physical things, where we say driverless cars, those things are robots. Robots is making something that is, it's just you show you the physical of that, of part of AI. Then we have machine learning. I don't know if I've heard about machine learning before. Machine learning, whenever you mention AI can't stand on its own without machine learning. It's just like having a car without fuel. So you must use something to drive it. And that is where we get the techniques. And I always say that, these techniques that we mention all the time, they're usually majorly statistical techniques. And that's why you have to have a foundation in maths and statistics. To be able to understand these models, we call it models, that you now program to do things for you. Most of these models are usually mathematical statistical models that they have designed and now programmed them, put them in an algorithmic form. What is algorithmic form? Am I too fast? So algorithmic form is like writing. If I want to go to the market right now, there are steps that need to do. I will write my list, because if I don't have a list, I might get there and forget. We think we remember everything. No. It's only when you now get home you start shouting, oh, I forgot this one. So I will write my list. I will take my bath. Or if I don't want to bath, So you write the steps of what you want to follow. I will not go. But you don't just go there, finish by come back and write a list. That is not a good algorithm. Because when you now come back and write your list, meaning that you're going to want to go back again. So it's not optimized. So when you're writing, the algorithm are steps that you use, that you follow to do what? To achieve a task. So there is always tasks to achieve. So as I'm talking, be thinking about in your own area, what are the things that we need to automate, or we need AI to do? It's not everything that needs AI, please. Because for you to do AI, you need to use, like I told you, that before we start selfie and all those, we used to have rows and columns. You don't need AI to go and automate database of relational database. We don't need AI. It's only when we want to do things that are computationally intensive that we know that it will take a lot for us to achieve it normally. Then that's when we can use AI, because AI is computationally intensive. And what that means is that you need an algorithm, the steps. There are a lot existing. And those algorithms are usually called machine learning algorithms. So AI is a broad area and it has branches, but what drives it is what? Machine learning. And machine learning has different have different types. You now look at which one are you going to look at. So artificial intelligence is a huge field. So it's a field, though. It's not just one thing. So people keep saying AI, so that you know now, like beans, that is 60% carbohydrate. AI is a huge field with many subfields focusing on various aspects of intelligence, including machine learning, robotics, natural language processing, computer vision, etc. So we listed some here. Now, when you say computer vision, because when we say we want it to behave like human, it must see now. If it doesn't see, it's not behaving like human, depending on what you're solving. And for it to see, computer vision is a broad area. You can do computer vision in a simulated way. Simulated way is that there is something called software. Hardware and software. At least you know that. Hardware, physical components, software, and written programs. Now, there are some that are just software. You write it. You don't need to touch it. But if you want it to now behave like human, that software also, we need to see. So that when you're talking to that software, it will be answering you. How will you know that you're there? It's still seeing. And what kind of sight does it have? That's why computer vision is a huge part in AI. It's an area people specialize in that. Then we have natural language processing. If you see now where we have large language, how many of us use ChatGPT here? So you know how to use ChatGPT. Now, so you use Meta, yes. There is even there is cloud there. WhatsApp. Is it because? No, it's because it's from them. They are the ones that develop. It's the company. Facebook has changed their name to Meta. And they are ones that brought Meta. Because your WhatsApp he's the owner of WhatsApp. He bought WhatsApp. So now he puts the Meta there. So it's still doing the same thing. But if you want a huge thing, you go to a bigger cloudy, and there are a lot now existing. What happens is that ChatGPT came and took the world by storm. The others are existing, and some are even better than it, that you can, that are existing that you can use. Cloudy is also very good. It's just CLAUD. DeepSeek, that came. DeepSeek is the one that they're accusing that they stole their model. Yeah. Yeah, so DeepSeek now came and they are suing them that they took their model to build their DeepSeek. But of course, this is open. People can disintegrate and couple. And
is natural language processing an app?
No, natural language processing is an area under AI. What it does, yes, natural language processing is just one area, just like we have robotics. Now, what it does is that if you notice, that's where under it you see generative AI. So generative AI is part of the thing that brought large language model, where you have this ChatGPT. Natural language processing, you can also translate under it. You can build things that can be translated. So if you see some languages in Hausa, that you can do something and translate Hausa, translate to Igbo, translate to this, and you build it. Now, so there is, we went to, they have a body that is doing research. When you're doing research, they are not trying to use one language called Swahili. They say Swahili is, what do you call East Africa common language. Now they are trying to do translation that everything that they do can have Swahili equivalent. Just like we have English, French, those ones are already established. They are not trying to convert it. So they are working on natural language processing. There are a lot of techniques you can use to do a lot of things under natural language processing. Now, we are doing actually a research in education, and people did a lot on natural language processing. There are things that they did like text-to-speech. You make text, you write text, and it will convert to speech, and there is speech to text, and there's conversion. So these are the things that are under natural language processing. They are a huge, huge area under artificial intelligence. So just be knowing now when you hear people say AI, so that you know where you belong in the AI. So now you see so now what we use in doing this whole thing are called what? Machine learning. Now under machine learning, we have techniques, which I told you most majorly statistical, but also we have deep learning. Now deep is that machine learning, we went from there to what we call deep learning. Deep learning is a branch also that came after machine learning. And even under that deep learning, you see also different. And what does it do? Because we have, for you to use, you can't just go and use deep learning. You will know you have a lot of data to be able to analyze, to be able to use to make your decision. AI majorly works with what? Data. And if you don't have data, and in this part of the world that we hide our data, we don't even know anybody's correct age. People just keep bringing everything. But in some countries, you can't lie. As you're giving birth to you, it's registered. But our own, they will every day fill a form. If what you feel today is not what you feel tomorrow. So things are not regular. Things are not consistent. And when you don't have a consistent data, it gives you biased solution. You will use the same thing, but the solution will be biased. Just like this mobile phone. Eh? Correct. That's the thing. This mobile phone. iPhone, my own. We use those consistent, and when destroyed now. They were here. They were almost in almost every country, or at least they have representatives, and they give grants for research. So they want to do equitable AI research, and they asked our people. They put up an advert, apply. If you are taking, you get the grant. So we applied to solve some problems in the northern part of the country. And that problem is, how do we identify, in the north, we have some issues about early pregnancy for children, those that are 13 years, 14 years. They give them out in marriage and against their will, and some with their will. And we wanted to find out, why do they usually have problems for giving birth? So they're always going to hospital. Some of them die in the process. It's just the ones we don't see. Yes. Oh, yes, I'm talking with medical people. So we just say, okay, let's go and do a research and say, the research we want to do is for us to get information and give it to policymakers so that they can suggest to those up there. Our order is to do research in the institution, right? So we applied for the grant and we got it. So the theme of the work is equitable AI. We want to find out how girls, whether they have access to health care, because health care is an issue. Whether the girls and the men have equal access or who has better access. That way we can say policymakers, so this is what we found out. So we now went in to use natural language processing because most of them speak Hausa, especially for those that have not gotten education, right? So they use Hausa and they would tell, so we created a form where we have agencies that will help us because we couldn't go, we use those agencies that have access to them. And they fill this form. And at the end of the day, some of them wouldn't even fill it. Their husband will also fill it for them. That's biasness number one. Now, because why I'm bringing this up is because we are talking about data. For your AI to be efficient and work, it has to be free from bias. It might not just be totally eliminated. Because me and my lawyer were always arguing. I said, you cannot eliminate this. Even Jesus is biased. He said, Peter, John, I love. So I said, I said, no. So, but we are saying that there is at least mitigate this biasness. So they now fill the form. We checked. We use natural language processing to now take, but now we did English, we got something. So we said, okay, let's go down to their language for those that don't understand. We wanted to translate, but we realized that Google Translator gave us only 40% accuracy. Because I don't blame them. They are not our country. We should build our own. So that's why this natural language, we should dwell, and that's why I said that in the East Africa, I like what they're doing. This person will stop here, they will take the button, and you don't just go and reinvent the wheel again. You continue from where they stop, but our own, you start and stop, you go. Another person will start again and go. You say you've done you start again. We are just going around the circle. So now, when we now did that, we now had to call a human to do the translation from English to, but this is something we would have used just how many minutes to translate the whole data that we wanted to collect. So that's why I'm just bringing that here. We saw that the first one was purely biased. We said, let's go down to the grassroots of their language to see if they can feel it, and let's see what we can get. So data is the issue in Africa. I have a friend in Uganda. She dwells in, they got grants just to collect data. Because if you don't have data, you have nothing to do. Even when you want to even collect this data, most of them are biased because they'll say, are they paying me? Let me just feed anything. That's already biasness. So somebody now said, for you to have correct data, just the way we are seated here, give them food here. Oh yeah, correct thing. They will just feed it. Incentive. So we even gave incentive, the last one with that grant, because it was a sponsor grant from USAID, for us to get free good things, but it wasn't all that accurate. But we got what we wanted. So what I'm trying to say is natural language processing has some tools that you can use to do translation. You can use to you can do speech to text. You know when you pick a phone, if not the smart one, the feature phone that will say, if you want to hear in Hausa, press 1. If you want to hear in this, press 2. You can design that kind of thing, even for those that are not having smart anything, so that they'll be able to have access to whatever we want to do in their local language. So some of the work that we have done, I will come to that, where people use natural language processing to convert mathematics to those that don't go to school, so that they can convert it to their language and be able to do a lot of projects. So as we are speaking and talking, be thinking in your area, what do you think any of these things can do? This is not all that is AI. These are the few. You can't conclude, we can't list everything out. today. So we have the one I mentioned, vision. That vision is image recognition, machine vision, image recognition. You know, when you're going into a supermarket and the door opens, have you ever thought, what was that? Door opens for you. We have experienced that everywhere. So, you know, that door is using what we call vision. That is computer vision. It's like a sensor. They will program that when you see a feature like this, you open. That is sensor. And that is what we call what? Vision. Vision is a huge area under AI. So we have also, and that is, you see, speech. Vision is for seeing. Speech is for speaking. Speech, where you can do speech to text. As I'm talking, it can be writing. We have it already. As you just be talking and the thing will be writing. Yes. So we can also do that. But that has been done in the advanced country. We can bring it home to what the world that as we are doing. But you need to do some work to get that done. This is a problem we can solve. I'm in robotics. You see, under AI, there are a lot of fields. That is where you should come, you understand now. You see. Yeah, we are coming to application where we don't say health sector, agriculture. Then we are coming to that. But this is the principle that guides the AI. You know, you told me principles and the application. Yes. Yeah. So the principle, this is the major thing. It has different areas and some different. So just like somebody that wants to be a doctor right now, some can be a surgeon, some can be different types of doctors. So a pediatrician, so for children, the one for children is different from gynecologists. The one for gynecologists is different. So, but they're all what? Doctors. That's what it can say. Okay, so we now have planning and robotics. So the robotics part is where you build physical things that can do. So robotics does a lot with sensors. Sensors are those things, chips. Some of them looks like chips. And you know this traffic light, where you're going, it tells you yellow, you stop. You know that. That is also a robot. Because it gets to a time, it has been timed to change according to that timing. So there's a time it gets to, it changes. I went to Imo State last week. I just came back on Tuesday. I went to bury my dad. I noticed that their own their own traffic light. We'll start reading from 100. Come and see people running the thing. We said 100, 99, this. People wait. Pia. I said, what is all this? Now, so they even gave them timer to help them so that but the bosses, they don't have patience. So I don't know where we will get to. If you want AI, they are running anything. The other one is already programmed to do that. So,
you already have in the US robotics that deliver medication.
Yes, sir. We are coming to that. Yeah, they do that. We are coming there. That's application right now. But what controls that is an area called what? Robotics. Sure, you can see, sir. Our online people are there. Yes. So we have three major types of artificial intelligence. What I just showed you is the core thing, the areas and things that control it. So the three major types, we have the artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, and artificial super intelligence. So now, the narrow intelligence is all these things we have been doing. People have been making noise in Nigeria, even outside. What are they? The narrow intelligence specializes in one area and solves one problem per time. You know, Siri, as I'm talking, if I touch this Siri, you say, I didn't hear what you said. You will tell that Siri is just one application for voice. And that's what it does. It's an AI that had to do with voice, and it speaks and directs you. You can tell Siri, play me Sinach. It will start playing, or ask you which one. You can have a conversational AI. Now, it's doing one thing per time. So, a task. The task there is to do that. And that's artificial narrow intelligence. So, everything we have been doing so far is artificial narrow intelligence. Now, there's one called artificial general intelligence. And that is, refers to computer that is as smart as human across the board. I've not seen any computer that can have emotion, that can perceive, that can do everything that a human does at the same time. We have one that can talk, dance, but he might not be able to avoid obstacles. So to do all embodiments. So we are getting there, but we're not getting there yet. But some countries, in the Western world, we have the one surveillance, the one that checks what's going on. So they're still doing functional things. Then we have the one we call artificial superintelligence, an intellect that is much smarter than the best human. We are not there. Very soon, they told us that you can think about it now and you're there. I say, telepathy. I don't understand how they want us to get there. They say that's where we are heading. You say, I want to be in France. You're there. I don't know. It's the one of spirit. So, but I will. Yeah. So they said this way that so we'll get to that. So that's one is beyond human, and that's why you say super intelligence. That means you said an intellect that is much smarter than the best human. No, I've not seen anybody here yet. They are trying to bring things that will do, but you see the issue here. I still say it. I don't see AI superseding human to a level, because you're doing operation. Yes, you have programmed it to do. Yes, they do learn and do better, because there's something called reinforcement learning, which you will see now. They will learn and not know the patterns, know all those things, but they're still machines. That's true. Okay, so I'm jumping this history. This history, how artificial intelligence. You're getting the slides? Oh, you want everything? See the way he squeezed face when I say I'm jumping. Okay. So it started in the 50s. Also, this AI they started mentioning it in the 50s. But it wasn't taking effect. It didn't just take effect that period. So we have the 1955 one. John McCarthy is the one that mentioned it first, artificial intelligence. I don't know if you know about Turing machine. Turing. We all did CS1, we all did computer in year one, that general, where they tell you history. But didn't they explain about Turing machine? Turing, by Alan Turing, that brought in, he's the first person that saw something that looks like AI in the 50s. So what he did, he brought an interrogator, like he is an interrogator, and I am responder, and then he is a responder, but he is a machine. So interrogator will interrogate me, I will answer, he will interrogate the machine, and he will check the answer of the machine, whether it will align with my own. That was what he was able to do, yes. But he didn't really go deeper in defining and showing how it should work. But that was where the things are entering people's brain. That's why he is the main person that they always mention. If you see what is here, if you see what is here, is birth of AI, Turing test. That is a test. He brought an interrogator, brought a human, and brought a machine. The human will ask machine, interrogate, and see if the answers align. That was what he was using that time, and people were making noise. Whoa, whoa. But now it has gone beyond that. He just introduced it and went. And after that, research started going on in the 70s about algorithms. You see, that's why, in mathematics is a very good foundation for you to know computer, know programming. In mathematics, they solve problems, dy, dx. They will be doing the S, but you find Y, you find C, you find D, you'll be chasing them every time. Now, you must always solve problems. But in computing, you must write algorithms. You must give us steps of achieving something. But you can't give a step of what you don't know. So if I say, give me steps of solving differential equation, you must know that equation for you to give steps. So that's more work. So for you to build anything, that's why if you want to build an app for the pharmacist, you must discuss with the pharmacy, how does it work? You have to be working hand in hand with them. There's a lady in Unilag, she's an oncologist. So she tried to develop an app for patients to come ask questions. And she's making a lot of waves now. I think you know her. She's an oncologist. I think oncologists, they say there are very few in Nigeria. They are not up to 12. And she's one of them, and she has been winning a lot of awards too. Now, she tried to develop an app. So she called us and she started discussing with us. And she was asking you, we want to do this. We will not ask you. So we that are those in computer science will not be able to do it without you because we don't even know what you do. So you see, it's double work. You have to first of all understand, and you can't do it alone. That is the mistake we've been making in the olden days. So now AI has come and we have to put ethical rules in place. And what are these? Stakeholders must be on the table for anything to work. The people that want to use it will tell you this is how we want to. Not the one you sit down in your room. You finish designing, nobody will use it. App everywhere. Clogging people's phone and it's not useful. So that's what is happening. We call that responsible AI. AI has moved though. Nobody's talking about development. They're talking about responsible use of it. You can't build something somebody will use. You have to bring them to the table and do it with them. And doing it with them means constant communication. So like pharmacists now, if I ask you what is the problem that you want to solve, you have to tell me this is the problem. Then I bring the skill of, let's use this machine learning technique because you don't know that one. So you see everybody's on the table. Nobody's superior than others. Everything is a global village. That's where we are now. So it's called responsible AI. And that's what the research has moved. In fact, the first time I heard it, I said, what do you mean by responsible? We've been developing app. They said, write a grant for a responsible way of doing things. And that's why we decided to go and do that research in the north to see. Let's hear from them. How does this work? What is your aim? We ask fundamental questions that will help you to build an app or to build any system. You don't just build because you can write code. Just keep your code. Solve problem that will solve problem. That's the issue. So now, at the early 80s and 90s, AI winter came and limited the process, no more funding. It's like a period where nothing was going on much. Then 2000, boom, to present, it started. Research has been ongoing, funding has been there. So that's what has been happening in this AI world. So that's the landmark AI establishment achieved from that 2000 up until now. It keeps going and changing. We are now in the era of responsible AI. What's going on? Is the battery gone? Okay. So this is what I wanted to show you. Now we want to compare now how we want this AI to what do you see as this AI? We have our natural intelligence that God gave us. We have intuition. You can be driving and something, especially women. I'm not biased though. It's established. Something will say, please don't go this way, or go this way, or just sit down. Or there's something that's always, we have intuition. Maybe because we give birth to children and we carry them for 9 months. God just say, carry out this one, Jara for you, So now, that's one. How does robot do that? Intuition is one thing they don't have. Till tomorrow, you can't tell me you're putting intuition in a robot. Yeah, so that's what. So, but now there are some sensors. We talk about our senses, our 5 senses. So we have the eyes, the nose, the mouth, the ears. For a robot to behave like us, you need to give it ear, eyes, nose, mouth. And how do you do that? You use sensors. That's why they call it sensors. Our own is senses. So those sensors, you now program them to see. Program them. So I remember we went for a competition in Ethiopia in 2018. That was when we started the lab. So we went to play football, robot soccer. Humanoid, human robots. I wish it's not this my computer. I have the video. So they were playing. We were playing with some countries, Kenya, different countries that came, African countries. Then the ball that the robot was supposed to be passing is red. Robots will see people wearing red watching. You will now be going towards that. Yeah, so you know what that is? Color dictation. So when you're doing visualization, color is very important. So everybody they now had to change that the board that they're using, putting the field to be black, and told people not to be around it. Because anybody wearing red, robots will leave the ball and start going towards them because the ball was red. So that is his sense. You program a lot to even reach there. Sweating, and that's what you get. That's why I keep saying, because it's a lot of program. But I know they will make things simpler, because very soon they said no more programming things, you just drag and drop. That's where we are heading. Yes, no code. That's what he's not seen it. No code. That's where, so people will like it. The same way we got mobile phone. If you tell me that mobile phone work in Nigeria, I will never believe, because of our scattered way. But things like this worked. There's nothing else that will work. Even the driverless cars that we are saying, it will be difficult because of our roads, that they need to knock down. We put houses everywhere, put electricity wire everything. If Google Map can work. So we'll get, still, yes. Yeah, so we have the attributes, the ability to use senses, natural intelligence, which is us, God gave us, is high, but machine is low. You know that machine is low. So we have to program to make it. Sometimes I say, why do we suffer ourselves this much? So the ability to be creative and imaginative, our own is high. The robot is low. Sorry, AI, machine is low. Then the ability to learn from experience. They say experience is a teacher. Please, it's not best teacher. It's a teacher. It's high for us. Their too is low. So the ability to be adaptive, our own is still high. You go to the gutters, you will not think of, how do I create a room here? How would the robot do that? So their own is also low. So you look at all this, the ability to afford the cost of acquiring this, that. Now look at where the thing changed. The ability to use a variety of information source. You have huge amounts of information. You've not even calculated. Some of us that run away from maths, before you do raised to the power 25, you split second, the computer has done it. So their own is high. Now, the ability to acquire large amounts of external information, their own is high. We too, we can, but their own is high as well. Our own is high, their own is high. But see, the ability to make complex calculations, our own is low. Yes, so this is where we are getting this. So they are supposed to complement us. They are not here to remove us from our jobs. So why people keep saying AI has come to take our job? What is even the AI? Which part? Is it this field I've showed you now? You see, so that's why I was saying, let them understand what the AI means first. Yes, the security guys, they will remove them easily, because if you put surveillance, it makes it easier. You'll be at home and be seeing it. So but let the security guy go and think, what can I do to make a living so that I can get better job? Than now sitting down. Then even as you sit down, robbers will come, you will catch them. So why not use an effective thing and not let them use their human brain, which is even better, to get something. So they are here to complement and help. Then the ability to transfer information. You see the way we transfer. Our own, we can't transfer that fast as human, but machine does faster. Then the ability to make a series of calculations. So majorly it's highly computational intensive stuff that they do better, and that is why they are here to help us get things done fast. Any questions so far?
You said something now. What we used to hear is that experience is the best teacher, but you say no, it's not the best.
Yes.
What do you mean then?
If your experience is just a teacher. Experience is just a teacher, because why I said is a teacher is the best teacher is the one you sit down, learn and use. It cannot be best. It's just a teacher. Where did they even write that is the best? Is what we keep saying. So if somebody died in the process, what is the best again? Experience is not best. It's supposed to just teach us and we learn from it. That's why I changed mine. Because that's a saying that goes right, but it's written nowhere. Okay.
It's not as a result of a research. It's your opinion now.
Yes, but if you look at it, yes. Yeah, you said.
I was going to say some of that AI is not replacing humans.
Yes.
But in the pharmacy world, they are kicking against that, replacing them. I remember when I went for pharmacy exposure in the US, they have this robotic chamber that will pick the drugs from the patient and go and dispense. So these are for that area, going to the pharmacist.
No, but they are not making drugs, right?
No.
So pharmacist is your job administrative only.
And they're not making clinical decisions.
But your job is not administrative only. Who will now give you the decisions that she mentions? Yeah, but that's logistics. That has to do with logistics. That's logistics.
If you look at the
So in pharmacy, there is an area called logistics. And they will have to modify it and make it AI logistics.
No, but it's already happened. What she's describing, the direction that pharmacy practice is going is to utilize pharmacists for better knowledge for patient-centered.
Exactly. Yes.
They can do the technical dispensing, the operation, to be
Yeah, but if you look at it,
It's an interesting one. Somebody said something. It was an Anambra guy that created, this is robotic, that did really the Anambra dance. This is AI. This is robotic. You're seeing this is robotic. Oh, he's dancing. He's moving. Yeah, he was an Anambra that created. You're not seeing it.
no, that's fine.
It's a robotic, just like they created.
No problem. Okay.
What is your advice for those who have already had the fear that AI is taking over their job? What will you advise them?
To yes, upgrade. Yes, upgrade. So, but my question is: the pharmacy, is there administrative pharmacy?
No, there's administrative department.
Not like you read it, you study it as a course.
It's part of the
Okay, pharmacy admin, of course. The robot cannot do everything now. He will just do some things. He will do something, not like you to do everything that the administrative officer would do. He will pick things to go and deliver, but he needs the eye to be there. You can't do it just coming and pick and know. Even when he finishes, how will he get it? You understand? So it still needs the human. It's the only thing is that area is a lot of people are not supposed to be there if we have a lot of robots. Yeah. So those people, just few people work shift and upgrade and do other things. Do 2 jobs, 3 jobs to augment. But if you now see what is here, you see that fear really is not supposed to be there. If they know it's not supposed to be there. So, so this AI thing came.
Please, they complain that the audio is on and off. Can we? It's the network.
Okay, somebody is raising hand. I don't know. Are you handling it from there? My Muna Ali. I think he wants to ask a question. Oh, the chat is full.
It's not full.
99 plus questions.
Okay, where is that?
So he can help us so we can be decongesting.
Let him walk on those questions so that we can have it.
Oh, so.
I think what we should do, let's allow you to finish.
Yes, before we go there. Yes, if not, we will not finish.
There is still somebody who will speak to us on experiences, advocacy, and possibilities. In healthcare, now specifically in healthcare, that's Professor Akintayo.
Okay.
We want him to come in around 12:30.
Okay.
So he will tell us coming home now how this is applied.
Okay, so
Please keep the audio on for the people to listen to it.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, so we wanted to know, so the way that this AI that we are talking about, we know how it came to boom, right? We have spoken about that. But we want to know, it started in Dartmouth. There's a university in US called University of Dartmouth. It's one of the Ivy League universities, Dartmouth University. So what they did was, there's something called heuristic search. When we want to solve equations now, I have square root of b plus a. I want to find square roots. There are some times you really don't need to do much. You just plug in numbers and get the answer. Now, that's heuristic. You can use your brain and say, if I put this and this together, it should give me this. The heuristic, you do that in those days. After that, he moved to knowledge engineering. We call that expert system, where we started doing, so I can automate things. I can, if you're sick, you come, there are some things you tell me, I will know whether you tell me you have headache, you're sneezing, your body is hot, I will equate it to fever or malaria. Reason is that those symptoms, we know that it is for this. Then I will automate it. So that immediately you come and you list those things, I'll get the answer. We call that expert system. Then from an expert system, we moved. Now, we now move to, so how do we now get enough data to analyze? I have patients and I have people, let's say HIV people. I want to say, oh, with this amount of data, I will know what is the cause. I can get meaning from this data. That is AI. So it is data-driven. But initially, remember, you can supply data and get answer. You can automate and get answer. That is with the symptoms given. Then you now moved and you now be able to do what? Use data. So it's what we are doing in AI is what we call data-driven. And that's why we use machine learning to analyze them. And that data-driven are those type of data that are not structured. What is not structured? Like I told you, you cannot analyze with rows and columns easily. Like the image, the video, and the voice. You see this, my voice, they are saving it already. And you can use this and analyze it using machine learning technique to get something from it, depending on what you're looking for. So that is how the team moved from heuristics to expert system to AI. And under AI, that is the data-driven system. That's the knowledge engineering base is the what we call the rule base, which is the expert system, the heuristic search. And after that, we are now using deep learning, machine learning, and this. After that, we move to the what we call the transformers. What are transformers? Where we talk about generative AI. AI now moved, where you now generate more. Do you know that when you use any large language model, that is the example of a generative AI, it goes to search different APIs to give you answer. Have you imagined that if we ask one thing now, it gives you answers. You ask the same thing again, it gives you different answers. Because it has large amounts of what? Data. Any question?
We will take our questions after.
Oh.
Let's take our questions after you have finished. Take your notes, write down what is your major concerns. Then, for the benefit of our colleagues online, we will take questions after you have finished. For those of us here, please keep your...
What's going on? Hello? Your screen.
The questions will be taken after the presentation, so that we can move a little faster.
Okay, so this is so we have talked about AI and we've dwelled a lot on it. I believe by now we should understand what it is. But now we want to say that one that runs it, which is machine learning, has its own. Machine learning is a subset; it's just one part of it. And under machine learning, we have three major parts. The three major types of machine learning, we have the supervised, the unsupervised, and the reinforcement learning, which I mentioned earlier. So this is what, these three components or three aspects is what makes machine learning that you've been hearing about. For the supervised learning from labels, data, example, regression, classification. And that's why I say statistics. That regression is where you supervised learning, the label, you know, when you have an answer, A plus B is equal to C, you already know what C is going to be because you have A and you have B. If I have A and have B, I know how C should be very easy. So that's what supervised. Unsupervised is finding patterns in an unlabeled data, meaning that you don't know what's A, B, you're just trying to pick it from what the patterns you're seeing. Pattern recognition. Oh, this data, I see some similarity, I see a pattern, I see the way it's going. And that's what makes you to be doing some predictions. Now, if you say, I have data for how many years, like 20 years, and you know, so that's why people can actually predict on carry umbrella, don't carry umbrella. Why? They will look at the data from rainy season in how many years and see a pattern that it has gone. And say, oh, with this pattern, I can tell you what's going to happen in the rest. Like your generator that went off. If you have if you're monitoring it, you will know that at this time it requires servicing or it's going to go off. You can predict from reason of use and the data you've collected by watching it over the number of months, over the number of weeks. You say, okay, this day, this is how you behave. This day, this is how, from there you get the pattern. And with that pattern, you say, in the next few months, this is how it will behave. So that is what that is how prediction works. And even in our body, if you monitor your body normally, you will know when something is about to happen. You can be your own doctor first. That's the way they say first aid. You also can be your own doctor first. Say, this is how, so if I'm having headache and this is how it comes when this is about to happen, you already have started monitoring how things happen in your body. That way, you will say, this is a pattern and this is but it might not always be accurate. That's why you can see that AI. I hate saying the AI. You know why? Because it's a general word. It has a lot of sub. So you can see that it's not going to be always accurate. It can be, that's why you say 86% accuracy. How about that 14? Even if it's 90% accurate, so how about that 10? If it is life, so 10% will go. So that's what we keep saying. So then reinforcement learning through trial and error to maximize rewards. This is another type of machine learning where you learn by experience and also by trial and error, just like a child that is growing, that is trying to walk. So 6 months, as a child is coming, you say, come and take these biscuits. The child will start coming because there's a reward. And it will fall, get up. Because something is in front, the child will come. So that's the example of reinforcement and trial and error. And this is what I use for my PhD. But robots. We're trying to see how robots will be able to achieve something, move from position A to position B to be able to solve a problem without missing it, without colliding with obstacle. So we use an aspect of reinforcement learning. It's an algorithm. So now the problem you want to solve will determine the type of machine learning you're going to use. So you can't use supervised learning and go and start taking deep learning. You won't go and use that method because deep learning takes a lot of data. But this one, you already know what the answer will be. Just solve and go. Write small algorithm and write the program. I don't know if you understand. So that's that machine learning that runs AI. So anything you now want to do in area of AI, be it natural language processing, be it robotics, be it these areas we mentioned, text to speech, you now check which one should I use. So people often mistake AI and machine learning. But I've already told you, it's like the driver or the fuel. You have a car, which is AI. There's something has to run it. There's machine learning. So you now choose what type of machine learning. When you want to solve maths, you have different equations. You now say which one will go. You know that you can use one equation and use another and we'll still get the same answer. So which one will go? And which one is better? So you will check about better when you now say, let's optimize it. So let's optimize it to make it faster. Whenever you're talking about optimization, you're reducing the time you're using and the resources you're using. Resources are like just when you want to buy a system. You're checking the memory, the space. Without that, you're just going to buy a toy. I can as well go and buy a 35K laptop, 1 gig RAM, and give you. It's a gift. But you just want to know, what am I going to use it for? This thing is hard anyway. I don't know why it keeps... The sensor is, the battery. Energizer. Okay. Huh? Okay, so that's telling you what AI is. Now we are heading to applications. We want to know, where do we apply this AI? Where can it be applied? And where has it even been applied? From where it has been applied, you will know. It is basically every sector that AI has been applied to. So we have the healthcare. Healthcare is always number one because health is the first. You have to be alive to even do the other things. We have security and defense, very important. Boko Haram is terrorizing us every day. Who can go there to solve it using drones? Drones is another things we can use to do surveillance if they don't shoot it down. Robots. Drones are under robots. So that's why they always bring out that thing, because the physical part of it. Education, very key. So we just had, we have what we call Edu AI. We got a grant from IDRC Canada in collaboration with CEDA. CEDA is from Sweden. So we got it we are from Unilag. In my department, we are like 3 from there and 1 from law, like the law lady I was telling you, and other institutions that we collaborated with. So we got the grants on implementing AI in education. That they want us to solve problems in education using AI. So we just finished it December for 3 years. And we're about to be renewed to do other things in AI as well. And it's a huge, so it was 1 something million dollars, Canadian dollars, which came out to be around 500 to 600 million naira. So we use it to reach out to sub-Saharan Africa to solve problems in AI, in education. That's a sector using AI. Now, some of them brought out problems, so we had to administer, see what problem can you solve. So we have 3 different sections. We have education administration. We have education language. Under education, we have language. Language here is language barrier. Different languages. How can you use the AI to solve problems in different languages? The third one was inclusion. Inclusion here means how do we include less privileged, underserved community, disabled people? They are all under inclusion. So if we can solve these 3 themes using AI, you'll be admitted and you'll be paid to solve the problem. So we got different. That's why we got one major one that's translated from Swahili using sign language to the blind. Sorry, is it blind? Yeah. What did they use? Sign language to the deaf, sorry. So those that cannot hear. Sign language, using it in Swahili. Kenya, she got it. So we have different problems. People saw from Ethiopia. We went to sub-Saharan Africa because the project was an African, to go to different parts of sub-Saharan Africa, solve problems in different... But the problem I noticed is we didn't get much in administration. In fact, virtually didn't get in administration because I keep thinking, which one is administration? You know, marking alone, admission alone, all these things we do in schools need to be, AI need to help us do them. We didn't really get people through things because it's difficult to solve and it requires a lot. You are going to automate, you're going to do some things that will require, I don't know whether the money will even be enough. But I know that we got majorly for language and inclusion. Inclusion with like the deaf and language, changing from one language to another so that people can learn. A lot did that in the north, in Kigali, in Ethiopia, then Kenya, etc. And we have finished that project and they were happy. So they are trying to extend it for us to go and now develop a lab called AI Lab where we can. So it's also coming into Unilag. So now this is application. Now you need to now apply it because you know it's new. But every sector needs it. So we got that one in education. Then also autonomous vehicle. That one is the physical one we've mentioned. We met manufacturing. In the manufacturing sector, that's where they are using robots. You see why we brought out robots? Right? Because they use robots arm to do a lot in the manufacturing sector. Then we have entertainment as well. They do a lot. If I thought these film tricks they do in Silicon Valley, and what's the name of that place? Is it not Silicon? No, Silicon Valley is Los Angeles. They do all sorts of, you think they are the ones flying inside the water and everything. Then we have workplace. So these are different, there is a lot that we are different areas in agriculture. It's not even listed here. So I just started with pharmacy because of, to satisfy. To start with the, of course, somebody invited you, now put them last. Is it the battery? Okay, we are here. Okay, so we want to start with application of AI in pharmacy. We have mentioned healthcare. Healthcare, you should be under healthcare as well. Yeah, so but pharmacy also is an area in healthcare. So how is it going to be transforming? You know, you notice that the administrative part will be the major supply chain part. So that's the first thing you see in pharmacy, because majorly they might not be able to be mixing drugs, so that they will not mix what we will not be able to do. So, but they might get there with time when they are better than human. But yet, they are not yet better than human. So AI is transforming pharmacy practice by enhancing various aspects from supply chain management and dispensing accuracy to patient care and data analysis. So ultimately leading to improved efficiency and patient outcomes. So that's what it's doing. So here is a more detailed. The supply chain here, AI algorithms analyze vast data sets, including past sales. You see, it still deals with data. From all we are doing is data-driven. So remove data, then there's no AI for data-driven. Even now this generative AI, it still needs data to be able to now say, oh, this is the pattern. So if you now ask another question, it will be able to say, oh, with this pattern, I can do it. Because it has learned from experience. So use AI algorithms, it analyzes vast data sets. It's always going to be vast. That's why it's AI. If it's not vast, you don't need to go and use AI. You just do the calculation, do the data set yourself. Because I teach database, and I teach relational database. That one, you can do rows and columns. Now push it in, do some scripting. You have to still program it using structured query language and bring it out. That is easy. But this one you won't be able to when you have large amounts of data. So including parcels, seasonality, local health trends, and even external factors like weather patterns or disease outbreak to predict medication demand. So when things are happening around, you should be able to use that to know. Like during pandemic, the drug that will be prevalent in your store, you should be able to be predicted because of what is going on. So whatever is happening because of that experience, this is your experience is might be a best teacher by showing you what's going on. You feed in things to be able to know what to prescribe and know what to stock. You won't go and stock things that is not. That's seasonal time, I'm sure. That's a pandemic time of COVID. I'm sure a lot of drugs were hovering around that pandemic period. Then, so this helps pharmacies maintain optimal inventory levels. You're checking time. What's the time? I'm finished. Okay. So this helps pharmacies maintain optimal inventory levels, minimizing stock outs. So I hope you're seeing what's going on. And preventing overstocking. So you won't just go and overstock the ones that will expire and nobody will use. So you have to stock the one that is needed. Then AI can also identify potential supply chain disruptions. Then another one is enhancing automated dispensing systems. Example is AI can significantly increase the accuracy and precision of automatic dispensing system, learning from past errors and utilizing machine learning algorithms for continuous system optimization. So this can lead to fewer dispensing errors and improve patient safety. So the third one is improving patient care and medication management. Here, AI-powered systems can analyze patients' data, such as medical history, and genetic information and medication usage to identify potential risks. So what you need is this kind of data is what you feed in for AI to analyze, to be able to give you improved patient care management. So this can help reduce the likelihood of medication errors and improve patient safety. So AI can also assist in management of chronic conditions by monitoring patients. So you can put a monitoring. There are some apps that can monitor your system. In fact, there's one that my daughter uses. She calls it, the name is Flow. It gives you, it tells you this is when your period is about to start. If it is delayed, you'll be able to know. She now tells me, this is so accurate. I say, you will have to feed in something for it to not start using. She said she has used it for several times and be able to say this is, and you have to pay. The ones that work, you see that they collect money. Yeah, so the same thing like I said for monitoring your generator as well. We can also do monitoring, develop an app that will be feeding data for several times to be able to know what goes on. There was one they developed for us in Unilag one time that says panic button. when you're going to a place where you are scared, you see some boys gather, especially the female, and you feel they want to abuse you, you press the panic button, you go straight to the security Unilag. I don't know why it stopped working. You know that all these apps, you pay every year for subscription, for this thing that you're using. You have to keep up. If not, they will lock you out. That you're using their space, they are not bringing money. So that's the panic system button. That one also helps for security. So this one is for pharmacy. Other applications of the medical diagnostics and imaging. So a lot is going on in there where we use AI algorithms to analyze medical images like X-ray. Just like, I noticed in Unilag, I know we have a medical center there. I do X-ray there, but I won't be able to understand it. But I went to Lagoon. I had a fracture. And they did me this X-ray. And then you take it home. You snap it on your phone. They will explain it to you. You'll be seeing it. Very digital. But the one we are still using over there is still analog. You won't be able to understand even if they give you the thing. So these things, they are using a high resolution technology to do their work. And they even allow patients to have access to it. And that's another research we did with Meta. That's when we were at Facebook. Why patients don't have access to healthcare. To our data. Meanwhile, they will file it for you. You're supposed to know. This is what is the problem. You can even take it. When I went for my program in MIT, I did full body checkup. They posted it to my email. Then when you see the red danger, you go and Google and check what are these things. So we have gone round. We did that research for Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa. But South Africa said no, they are already civilized. So we now went and concentrated on Kenya and Nigeria. We didn't see anywhere they are using AI. Highest thing they are using is high resolution. Is when they do the X-ray, you can snap it. They can give you your medical reports, which is still good. Some don't even believe it's their property, but it's not. Lawyers are fighting. You should give people their property. It's the individual that needs it, not the doctor. So now you that is sick, they will give you one drug. Do you know that they told me that my cholesterol was high, that I should come and pick drugs. I went and filled the app. The app says, I finished filling the app. I didn't see where they say, which drug are you filling for? So I said, this app is faulty. Then I went to go and pick the drug. They gave me for BP. Now, the reason is that they assume everybody that feels that thing is straight to BP. I went to the doctor. I said, I knew when I filled the app that this is the problem I face. Immediately they gave me, I said, which drug? They just said, amino something. I said, I don't have BP. And I said, when I filled this form, I knew it was a problem. Because there was no place to state the drug you want to collect. So they assume that everybody filling that form is for BP. So I went to the doctor. I said, this app is faulty. Correct. Let's correct it. People should correct it. If not, you'll be giving. And if I didn't know, I'll be taking that. So that's why it's good for us to know what we need, our medication is. Because for us to be able to. So they should be giving us access to our data. Data is our own, not their own. No, but so taking the wrong one, is it not worse? So you're the pharmacist here. They say that when we come to pharmacy now, you say, no, we need doctors this thing. Yeah, it's a different thing, right? We must go and see doctor to get prescription. But here we do anyhow too. So we have started doing that here. Oh, they post it to pharmacies online. Okay. Oh, yes. Oh, that's nice. We are progressing. Yes. So then there is IBM Watson Health AI system helps radiologists in identifying potential issues in medical scans. It has been developed already. It's called IBM Watson Health AI system. There is finance, fraud detection. We have application here where AI system monitors transaction online, where they dictate fraudulent. You see, a lot of things go on online. People can finish someone's money because of transaction that you do on malicious sites. But now there is fraud detection app, just the same way we have virus. You know virus on the system. Do you know virus? So what's the solution for virus? Antivirus. So the same. So people that are so smart develop that to destroy people's files. Then people that are smart also say, oh, let's do anti. So as you're coming, we are doing, so you have to be upgrading. If you have a lower version and the virus makers are already higher than that, you will destroy your files. So you have to keep, that's why I say you have to keep upgrading it. Then the same, so we have fraud detection, and that is as if we are in this life for competition. You do, we do. You do, we do, to be knocking it down. And that's what we do. We are our own security. In your home, you put security everywhere, just so that the robbers won't come. The same thing we are doing online. You are trying to see how you can protect the transaction so that you will not be feed. So that fraudulers won't steal our stuff. Manufacturing also. Predictive maintenance. We have AI predict. No, I'm still there.
No, it's you that is showing. It's showing you more that is.
Oh. So predictive maintenance, you have AI predicts equipment failures. That's it. So that's for this manufacturing, but it's also the same. So example is manufacturing plants use AI to monitor machinery and predict when maintenance is needed. So that's one of the applications that you need here, sir. Yes, security is a very key one. We also have retailers, customer personalization, where AI system analyze customer data to provide personal shopping. We've mentioned that they analyze what you're doing and be able to say, oh, so you're buying this type. This might be what you want to buy the next. And you see that you have interest in that thing. Amazon does it a lot. Then e-commerce platforms like Amazon use AI to recommend. We call them the recommender system. There's something called recommender algorithms that you use. Recommender system is in AI that you can use to develop such, to track what's going on. Then we have the inventory management, where AI predicts demand and manages inventory levels to ensure optimal stock levels. And here, retailers use AI to forecast sales and automate restocking. Then we have the customer service, chatbot and event. This one has been working so well. You just go online. Immediately you want to fill a form now. Say, hi, can I help you? That one has been working so well. That is robot as well. But the soft part is not the physical, it's the soft. It's not the hard. So you call it chatbot. So that bot is there is robot. Chatbot or virtual assistants. You have seen AI-powered chatbots and virtual assistants provide customer service and handle inquiries. So you go there, you finish talking to AI, and you're satisfied. Information is given to you. And most people now, that's why they say customer service is going to reduce as well, because virtual assistants and chatbots are there. Even in the midnight, they are assisting you. Yes. So you have Siri, Amazon Alexa, customer service bots, websites, etc. All these are examples of applications of AI. We now have.
Even now, in certain areas in the state, you scan. Somebody doesn't check you out.
Mm-hmm.
Check yourself.
Yeah, this one will stay here and we wait. They will check your car, say, move. No, cameras do everything. Everything will open for you. I remember when I was in my PhD, I was driving. Do you know I was running the lights? They were sending me tickets. Ticket was so much, I didn't even know. The cameras were capturing me. The ticket was so much. The lady that wants to buy the car, I said, now you go carry the burden. Because I'll be running to go and do school run. And because I'm so late, and nobody's stopping you. But the camera is catching you. And the ticket is going to your address. So that's why South Africa believe they are not part of it, because they've already advanced this as far back as over 10 years now. So they were doing that. Their system has been working well in that. The next thing, you go to court. You just get a letter to come to court, that school court, to come and defend why you have not paid. And you're not going to be crying, I'm a student, they will now reduce it or something like that. So now all these people that have that as job, they say inner light, outer light. Nobody has time for that. So imagine those inner light people. They would need to go and upgrade if we have such. But they wouldn't want it to work here. If put here, they remove it. They put here. So, but it will work one day if we can. If our mobile phone can work, it will work. Yeah. So then we have. Yes. It will work. It's just that one is kind of slow. So we have the rehabilitation robots. Robots help patients recover mobility. Of course, all those automated machines. Yes. The ESCO Bionics develops exoskeleton that aid in rehabilitation for patients. This is example. If you Google all this, you see the pictures. I didn't just fill the pictures here because I believe this is a masterclass. You need to get the information well. Then we have the manufacturing robots, where we have the industrial robots. The application is that robots automate repetitive and hazardous tasks in manufacturing process. I'll give you an example. So my PhD was on using robots as pre-entry safety inspectors in underground mine, because it was in South Africa. Because their major resource comes from mining. And they have a lot of fatalities there. You know, when you go underground, it's different from when you're on the surface. So underground mines, that if you can remember Chile miners, that was 2011 or 2012. In 2011, Chile miners went to mine in Chile and the roof caved in. You remember? Yeah, so imagine that. I thank God they were saved through escape routes, and it took time. They stayed there. People were, trying to say, it's heartbreaking. So that was the one I was going for my PhD. So our research was to develop a model using AI that can guide robots to do pre-entry safety inspection. So what do they do there? They go into underground mine in South Africa to check the status of the roof, check the status of the ground before the real miners enter. So we said, if it's a human that does that, the human might die because you're going to check for safety. So why don't we use robots to do the safety first? Then if it's okay, then human can go, even though human going to is risky. But at least you would have checked. Then the person going to check cave in there and die. So that's what we did. Because you do this in slow, step by step. So you now use multi-robots instead of using one robot. It's better to lose a robot than to lose a life. I think we are all tired. Okay, so it's better to lose a robot than to lose a human. So what we now did was to now use multi-robots to check the status of roof, check the status of the stage, feed it in, and send it out for those that are ready for the mining proper to now go in. So we call it pre-entry safety inspection. So why I brought it is I usually use robots for hazardous environments. And that's why you see here, manufacturing, industrial robots, they go for hazardous tasks in manufacturing. So robots arm, you use it to do assembly for all those things they do in the manufacturing sector. And also quality control. We use robots to inspect products. That's also the kind of thing we did. By saying go and check how the status of roof is. You're doing quality check to be sure that things are in place before others go in. We also have in logistics. We've mentioned it earlier when we talked about your pharmacy, but also logistics. Robots manage inventory, pick, and pack orders. My brother is in the UK, so where he works, he does his part-time work in the night. When they go there, he says his own is to sit down and watch the robots. You just feed in the request, feed it inside the robot. Robot just goes pick, and pack. Off they go. So that is what we are saying. Amazon also is using it, for all the requests that come in. They cannot handle that. Do you know the amount of people that send requests there? So with that, they feed it into a robot. Robot goes, picks them, pack them into there. They have a truck by their side, pack everything for individual, sign, check, and they will deliver it. So you use robots to do such picking. The delivery robots that deliver. So there are drones that just come to your desk and drop it and move. Those ones are autonomous. Nobody is driving them. It has written program to do such drones. And that's why, there is in Nigeria, in the military, they have drones. Then in that Sambisa, I think they said they have sent one before to go and hover around for no one is inside, surveillance first, to see if you can take pictures also, so that they can use the information to plan to plan their attack, which I don't know when it will happen. Then we have the agriculture sector as well. So the precision farming, where you have robots perform tasks such as planting, watering, and harvesting crops with high precision. So we also had a research we just finished. That one also is from IDRC. And the research was that we should build, it was on climate action. You know, the climate change we have talked about. A lot of research is in this line now, and that's why sustainability of our earth is important. So they said they want us to build a system in the, that will take care of a system using AI for the climate. So we went for agriculture. There's a particular plant in the east. It's called cocoyam plant. The botanical name is taros. So that one, I collaborated with those in soil and crops. So they need my AI knowledge. I need their crop knowledge. So what we did, we now use taros as our case study because they said the plants can go in extinct if you don't monitor how the thing happens. So what we now did to build an app, so there's a disease called taros leaf blight that can kill it in under 3 months. So, but if you dictate it on time, you can apply some chemicals to retain it. So the app we built was to be able to dictate this disease on time so that we can solve the problem using machine learning, which is AI. And that was another project we just finished. We used Ghana and the East Nigeria, because that plant is also in Ghana, cocoyam plants. The botanical name is Taro. So we also did work with someone in Ghana, someone in Cameroon and Nigeria. So we built our app, and we have published like 4 papers from there. Very, very interesting. Why I like agriculture and health is that they are real. You're seeing what you did. So most of the research areas, you build things and they are like abstract. You won't be able to relate it to real life. But agriculture is what we eat. Health is our health. That one, you don't need anybody to push you. But agriculture, you know, this is what we are going to do. And that one, whenever you write, you're writing real. And you can see you get the grant easily for those ones. So that's what we use. We use the machine learning called convolutional neural networks. That's a type of machine learning technique for images, because we have to capture the images of the plant and feed it into the system, and that's the data. So data can be what? Image. And that's the type that you have to call what? Use machine learning to solve. Also voice, also video. Then monitoring and maintenance. You have drones and ground robots monitor crops and monitor crop health and maintain equipment. Also, we did something also in the farm in Ogun State called Afada. There's a place called Afada. So my student there, my master student, we worked on how we can use monitor Ofada rice. There in Ofada region in Ogun State, they say children will come to be driving the birds that eat it. That if you eat it, milk stage of the plant, if you eat it that time, you have nothing left. So we now said, okay, let's use drone to scare the birds. So that was the research we did that. And that's one research we published in a very high impact journal, and a very good research, I must say. And that's about agriculture again. Those things that you do in agriculture and health, they are usually very impactful. There is threats. You mentioned threats. Threat dictation and prevention. These are another area also that is very key in our country, that we can also say, how do we prevent, how do we dictate and prevent? I gave you an example of one that was developed, panic button app, that if you're going in an area you don't like, you press panic button to alert people that are connected. So that app is connected to some security guards, Unilag security, so that you'll be able to know, oh, this is what's going on. Please, let's be on alert. So if you have that, you will save a lot of lives. So that's what. Video surveillance with AI. And of course, you can't use surveillance without AI, because images are required, videos are required, and all these things are going to go over the net as sensors. So we have the AI-powered surveillance systems. It can dictate unusual behaviors or suspicious activities, especially in schools where you have children and you need to monitor what's going on. That's why most every good schools that have cameras, that's CCTV, checking what's going on. In fact, yesterday, I was invigilating my course, and one of the lecturers that was invigilating the course said the previous course, the 400 level students did, that the dean was in her office and saw a section carrying chips. Meanwhile, he in the lab didn't see. He in the class, because he said he was alone that day. The dean called him. He said, what is going on around this side? Because she was watching what was going on there. So she's doing surveillance. Even me. So that's surveillance. That is AI for you. And security is key. Like me, I put camera in the house because my younger son is there. And I don't have a help, but anybody that comes, I will see. Because I will put it on my phone and I'll be checking what is going on. That is AI, surveillance. So those ones, if you notice anything, you can quickly rush or alert anybody. We have facial recognition systems for control access. Like we said, this is why I was just worried. Because it's supposed to control my phone, but it didn't. Even though it was just only me and my daughter. But it's still breach of security. So, but it's very important that we have those things, fingerprints, facial recognition. These are things that can help us to be able to know. It helps us to control the school premises. Maybe children can come in with their face, so nobody has the same face if you use the data correctly. Then we have emergency response, where we can AI-enabled communication systems that will be able to help us to automatically send emergency notifications to students. I was in MIT last year, May. I went to visit my daughter. And when I got there, that was May ending. They were trying to switch from what do they call this? Is it fall to summer? The state they are in to summer. So the air was blowing, but the weather, there was sun. Spring to summer. That day I think it was the particular day it was going to be. So I went outside. Everybody was enjoying the air. Do you know, I went outside, I could not breathe. That was the first time I got that attack, that's major attack. So not knowing that they have sent out notification to students that asthmatic patients should stay indoors, that there are a lot of pollen grains in the air, and I was outside. I could not breathe. I ran up, down, up. I didn't know what to do. I thought I was dying. And then I said, let me rush for inhaler. I need inhaler. They said, I need prescription. I said, so if I die here? I said, madam, we can't attend to you. The pharmacies, they are so bad. In Nigeria, I came there, they rushed. That's why I might not be able to live there. Because you see, they said no. I started crying. My daughter, we were just running helter-skelter. So the man said, there is one here. I said, do you have any water? Let me just get a relief. He said, madam, I'm so sorry. I said, can't you prescribe? He said, no, go to the other store. We reached the store, it's locked. I said, what is all this? So somebody will be like this, and that's it. So I now say this Western thing now, wow. Because I went for visiting now, so I don't even have what do they call that, insurance thing. So you must have that thing for you to drop in anywhere to get anything. So since that day, I've not gone. I'm still checking it. It's so bad. I said something will just enter pharmacy in Nigeria and get. And they now said they want to do our Nigerian pharmacy like that. They want to kill Nigerians. No, because... No, but anyways, it will kill some of us because we will have NH waiting. But how about those people in the interior? We need to develop. Their own is developed. So everybody does. Now you be visitor, now you know yourself. But our own, no visitor, no NHS, what will happen? So how would they not get access? So what I was trying to bring out is the notification went, but I didn't see it. Maybe I shouldn't have come out, to be able. So, and my daughter said when she went outside, she noticed that even the floor has a lot of things on that had to do with grains. So they send bulk messages like that to students. And I heard that some people, because that is a peak change, some people will be blind for just that day. They call it allergy. So they say this allergy is a very serious. And that's why, yes. So that's what AI-enabled communication systems can do. Send the message once and it gets to everybody. Then robotic assistance. Use AI-driven robots or drones for search and rescue. That's one of the things. that we were trying to do. I don't know whether I will finish this thing because it's a lot. I packed it, but the time, I'm not sure if we'll be able to.
Maybe what we can do.
Yeah.
This is about 12:35. If we stop at 12:40, then people can ask questions.
Yeah, I think we can. Also, I'm not here to finish everything. I packed it because I said it depends. I've given you all that you asked for, and this is actually extra now. So this is like integrating it into your business, and it's not part of our scope. So we can stop and ask questions.
Please, another round of applause for our guest lecturer. Honestly, she could go on and on and on, and I didn't see anybody sleeping. No, that's true. I mean, that means the subject is an interesting one, and everybody is learning. By 1 o'clock, we bring in Professor Adeleye, just to tell us about experience, because he told me something that. The truth is that we are not using it in net care yet in Nigeria, that we are lagging behind. And he has been a great advocate of artificial intelligence in net care, and that he can share his experiences and his advocacy, particularly possibilities, so that we could see in advance what is going to come to us. Now, Dr. Yinka Banjo has really gone deep into the principles, and you can see 1 to 20 areas where it can be applied. Please, let me start with those who have asked questions online, because we cannot be uploading everything to them. You have had your tea and coffee break. We uploaded their own. I'm not sure they have asked. I'm not sure they have accessed it. So let them have their own question first. The first one I have here is from pharmacist Ben Abanon, the MD of All-in-One Pharmacy. He said, please, ma, what are the challenges that will come with the use of AI? I think that's an open-ended question. I think it's better you write down so that you just take those questions. Yes, please take. You can take them in 3 or 4. The second one from Pharmacist Dele Obikoya. If we have different answers after every search, is AI reliable? It actually happened 2-3 days ago when I was in a training program with some of my staff. I dictated the same question to all of them, about 7 of them. But about 3-4 different answers came, depending on which AI package you are using. Those who use Meta AI, those who use ChatGPT, and some people use DeepSeek. But different answers came. So the question he's asking is if that thing occurs, then can we say AI is reliable? Yeah, questions here. Those are the 2 that I have. Please, if you are online and you want to ask questions, just raise up your hand. I'm not talking about your physical hand. I think there's a package there where you can raise your hand. We will pick you and we will ask you to ask your question. Any question here? Yes. Mrs. Okwanuga.
Thank you very much, madam. It's really thought-provoking. You were saying something on the using unstructured data. I wanted to be sure whether you said structure. When you say AI is data-driven, but the data are not structured or they are structured. I didn't get what you meant. Excuse me.
Hello. Yes, let me start with her since she's here. Benefit of being present. Yes, so I said unstructured. When I mentioned unstructured was when I said why machine learning came machine learning came when we started having unstructured data. Structured data we can analyze on our own. We can use simple statistical things. But machine learning came because we started having data that the data became ubiquitous, and most of them are unstructured. Unstructured are data that you can't do analyze. When it's structured, rows, columns, A, B. But unstructured, like the image, you don't know how to do that without having a technical method to do it. Voice, video. So that's when machine learning came to be. So machine learning, that's why you talk about AI, because those things are things that machine learning now had to decode, and it made things to become intelligent. Why you now, analyze it, write programs so that it will behave like a human. So those are unstructured data sets. You can't just analyze them with your own normal methods, but you don't have to go for machine learning. And machine learning is what drives AI. Yeah, so challenges that come with AI. There are challenges. Everything advantage has disadvantage. People have already started saying AI is taking their job, but that is not it. It's just making us not lazy. You have to think outside the box. You have to be more creative. So it's just taking us out of our comfort zone to make us better, if you ask me. Because whenever you go through stuff, you become better. So, that's not a challenge. But the other one that I would say that the challenge that will come with AI, it depends on the AI you're using here now. If I'm saying I'm going to be doing things that have to do with robots, it's expensive for now. And not everybody can afford using AI. So, very soon they said, we don't need house help, we can use robots for house help. How many people can afford it? It's not even affordable now over there to come here. But it will get there with time. Depends on the generation that will handle that. But so the challenges here is costly in a way, because it's not, especially in this part of the world, in Africa. You have an AI as a cleaner. That machine, there's a lot of machines that have been developed to clean your house. You can't afford, most people here can't afford. It's expensive in nature. So, but over there, it's also expensive over there until it gets to a time when it will reduce, just like phones now. There are some that are very expensive, there are some that are not. So the expensive nature. Two, the data part. We need to know how to have ethical handling of data privacy. These are challenges that come with it, because you just use people's data without consent, it can attract penalty. So we need to handle that. So when it comes to data privacy, ethical use of people's data, when you're using medical data, you de-anonymize it so that you wouldn't know who owns that. And if you're not doing that, you have to get ethical approval as well. And you do research without that, you're in trouble. So there are a lot of things that we need to do to avoid getting into trouble. So these are the challenges. Then with, of course, carbon footprint. Carbon footprint is what we generate that clog the air, that clog the environment, that's bringing climate action, giving us climate. Oh, this thing has not.
What happened? Okay. No, she has not finished. So the one for carbon footprint also is one of the challenges that now, if you're writing for a grant and they will ask you, tell us how you want to handle this challenge of carbon footprint, whatever you generate from whatever you're doing. Even our system, we generate a lot of heat that's bringing carbon footprint in the air, and is affecting the system, affecting our environment. So how do you solve it? You must write some things that will make you, and that's where we are doing sustainability now, trying to see everything clean energy, clean battery, clean this. Then the next question is different AI answers. Is AI reliable? Of course. However, you see, AI, it's not like you will not have what you're looking for. It will not give you the correct answer like all the time. Remember, I say accuracy can be 80%, can be 86%. What happens to that 14%? So you will know where you're heading. It's there to help you. Like what I use ChatGPT, for instance, is me. I'm not English specific person. I go there to pick words. When I put it in, I calculate the words that I don't know, and now use it to frame my work, and my work will look solid.
You don't go and copy verbatim. That's plagiarism. So now, the essence is that even that is generating more and different answers all the time is very good. So I won't be having the same thing all the time, which is robots. So that's why it's called generative AI. It generates different answers all the time because of a huge amount of data that it has. And now it will now be saying, okay, this is a pattern. Let me regenerate this for you. It won't give you the same answer all the time. But if you look at it, read everything, you will see that it's almost the same thing, but in different ways and different terms. So I don't think it is wrong.
It's a round of applause for our... This one that's here, just let me tell you, some of those that were getting different or wrong answer, you see, they missed certain points in the questions, or they didn't write the questions well. You remember when they say garbage in, garbage out? It's what you ask the AI to give you that it will certainly give you. Please, let me be biased towards our colleagues online. There are still about 118 of them there, glued to their device. And you are here. You can stand up. You can interact with your neighbor. So I have two questions here. I think some you have answered, but let me read it so that the person who asked can... there are compliments for you too. There are some compliments for you. Good. From Mrs. Susanna Itoro. Do you think AI will ever replace human jobs? I think you have answered that. People need to step up. The truth is that there is no big deal about your sitting down there again. I think that's the point we all have to know. Honestly. I mean, you can puff if I'm not here and then nothing began to lie. So you have to keep on moving. Otherwise, AI will sweep you away. What are the limitations of AI researcher that they are still trying to overcome? So I think you can pick that. Then there are people who have raised up their hands. Please, those of you here, I will pick you, but let me... From Saudi Arabia, wow. Wow. Okay, let me start with iPhone. Who is iPhone? You just say iPhone. That's one of the problems. We may not be able to analyze this data. It's an unstructured data. It's just say iPhone. So iPhone, please unmute and speak to us. iPhone. Hey, but there is one that raised up hand. Hello? So they can hear me, right? Okay, if our iPhone is not there, Dr. Anyao, unmute and speak to us.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead and ask your question briefly, because we have many hands up.
Okay, briefly, I just want to ask this question. How do we solve our national problem of insecurity through AI?
Madam, say you had. How do we solve our national problem using AI? So please, national security. Oh, I thought you said national problem. Security. Only God can solve that one for us. But please write it down, man. So that I want about 3 or 4 questions. You can pick them together. Dr. Anyao, thank you so much. Dr. Anyao, incidentally, is my fellow student, my secondary school. Ilora collection, you are right. And the next one is Professor Kofo Ariola from Canada. Professor Ariola, please.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Yinka Banjo, for the great lecture. My question is, we know that in any industrialized nation, electricity is key to progress. Now, in Nigeria, we have sources of renewable energy, hydro, you have solar, we have wind, also we have ocean wave, pressure in ocean waves. So how can we use AI to bring all these sources of energies together to optimize so that almighty NEPA problem will be a forgotten issue? Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Madam, please write it down. Let's pick all the one online. Like I said, dear colleagues here, let's give that advantage to our online colleagues. Eugene Ikobi, unmute and address us.
Okay. Yeah. So good afternoon, Dr. Yinka. This is quite delightful, and most you were able to make the mystery of AI today in the dark. So I can comfortably and confidently say I know what AI is. All those erroneous understanding you were able to do justice to it. So thank you very much. Now my question is around regulation. The use of AI, the negative aspect of it. We see people um, generate people's faces, picture, audio, and they use this to extract money or to steal, solicit for funds, and you're seeing the real image of the person you thought was the one doing those things. And these are young guys that understand the use of this AI, that they are cashing on it. Is there any body that is being put in place to checkmate the wrong use of this beautiful application that is meant to be a positive to humans, but the same humans are now using it to dupe their unsuspecting fellow? Thank you.
Thank you, Kobe. Please, he is asking that this AI that is so good, so powerful, and can be used, do we have regulator that will ensure that it is not wrongly applied? I mean, like the way people abuse drug. These drugs are meant to do good, but hey, people are using them. I mean, look at Rohypnol, fantastic drug that people are using, but hey, it's being used for rape and all sorts of things. So are there regulatory guidelines or enforcers to ensure they are not badly applied? Finally, from online, I want to call on Christian. Just spare us the commercial. Go straight to the question. We already know that Dr. Yinka Banjo did a good job. So go ahead. Christian.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you, Prof, for the presentation. My question is around the application of AI in the pharmaceutical supply chain in Nigeria, because it's still struggling and there is so much unstructured data lying around. So the question is, how can AI be applied to solve the unstructured database of pharmaceutical supply chain in Nigeria, such that this data generated on a daily, monthly, and yearly basis can be harnessed for research purposes and give a very strong insight when it comes to decision making by all the bodies applied in Nigeria.
Thank you. There's something that Dr. Yinka Banjo said when she was making her presentation. And I want all the pharmacists here to hear, and those that are online. He said that people in oncology, they went to her, sit down and say, hey, we want this, we want that. Have we ever been to them? To say, we know how unstructured our drug distribution. No, and we complain to high heaven about it. That's the truth. We call it so much name, chaotic, this, that. But really, have you ever gone to them to say, can you give us a package that is specific and can be applied in Nigeria situation? I'm not answering the question for you, because the question Christian asked is that how can we apply it to our situation? So
hello, good afternoon, everyone. iPhone is speaking now. Hello, can you hear me, please?
Oh, iPhone. Can you first of all decode the iPhone?
Yes, sorry. And that was what made I thought I registered with my name, and that was when you were saying iPhone. I did not respond.
So
I didn't know you were even
name.
calling my attention. Thank you very much. My name
tell
is
us your name. I've not heard though.
Memuna Aliu from Niger State, sir.
Okay, Memuna, you can now iPhone us. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. Like you said, I will just keep the commercials, but I just want to make a request to Dr. Yinka. I'm actually working on, will I say, dissertation for the fellowship, and it's kind of has to do with the artificial intelligence in the pharmacy practice. I want to make a request on this platform using this noble opportunity. If she can, after this lecture, she can assist or make support in the process of making this dissertation. Thank you very much.
Please clap for Dr. Banjo accepting that offer. So please.
Yeah, Memuna, you're a true Nigerian. You don't waste any opportunity, and I'm super impressed by that. Seriously, you don't just want
Thank
to
you
waste
very
time.
much.
Yeah, so you
Thank
come
you very
around
much.
to our office. Let's discuss. Are you
All right,
ready?
ma.
Oh, okay. We can discuss online.
All right, sir. All right, ma.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so are we going to harness this one? We'll finish this first. Okay, so you said... So the one someone asked, let me start with the first one. I said, solve our national security problem. You see, we mentioned, I don't know if you remember when we mentioned that we can use robots to start. It's this like this is not like the chairman just said, when you're thinking like a team. If you think like an individual and say, can I solve? When somebody starts, the rest follows. But I know that those in the Navy, in the north, there is this Navy we have in the northern part. I don't know whether it's Kaduna. They've been working on drones. What do you call it? Kaduna? So they've been working on drones, on how they've been preparing to how to solve that national problem about what's going on in the Sambisa forest and other. They have been hovering around. But also, we also have to look inward. What can we bring out? So how do we think we can solve this national security using AI? Even the U.S. Wanted to help the other time. That they want to come and bomb this, but they say it won't be that way. There are different ways these things can happen. But for us to use AI, is something we have to think of. We want to use drone because drone will be autonomous, no human will be there. Because our target is not to kill people. Robots can go, but even in that process, it's how expensive. I heard they are building the one that is that can shield guns. That's what do they call it? Protective one. The one even if you shoot, you won't get to there. There's something there. Yes, the body will not be penetrated when they shoot. So they are building. I heard they are doing all of. Yes. But that's not even all. There are different ways this thing can be done in batches and in different communities. The way we are all protecting ourselves in all our areas now. So it's something that is not only that we can't leave everything, even though the government will have to do some work. But for AI to help us, we need to look at how we can use AI to go do monitoring, check how we can penetrate into there. And it's usually by drones that we can do that. But if we go with drones, they will know that they're after them. So except we have to position some sensors, we hide some sensors, camera sensors that they won't know that is there. So these are things that need to be planned and also that need to be implemented. This kind of work can be fine. And you won't say you go and bomb there. You bomb those that they are holding that we are trying to rescue as well. So these things like this, it is $1 million question and it's not like it has a conclusion. It's still in the process of being decoded. So they are even smarter. People sponsoring them are helping. They don't want the thing to even die. But however, just like we have virus and antivirus, we have to keep moving and see how we can upgrade. Then the second question said how to use AI for renewable energy, wind and solar. Yes, there was a talk. I was invited in for these German people that had to do with using AI in renewable energy. And so this wind, solar, energy, they are what we are supposed to be using now. We have seen Kenya has started using wind a lot. There are some countries in Africa that started using the AI-enabled renewable energy to power their systems, power their homes, power their cities, estates. But it's not like it has gone viral yet. It's still in an infant stage. But yes, AI has been used to monitor these things and used in developing these things. So AI can also do these things. Even the ones that we are putting solar power system, we have to use AI to monitor. So for monitoring, for surveillance, to help see how we can use these things to get to the homes with inverter. So yes, AI can be used for that, but it's still a research that is ongoing, and it started happening already. Yeah, I think in Nigeria, I think they said there are some places that they have started using only solar. But if you use this solar, you know that it can be stolen. So you now need to monitor it, and that's why AI will come to place. How you use AI to monitor it, because it's on the roof. Somebody can go there and unplug it. So you have surveillance, and it still has to boil down to using sensors. All this, that's the AI in place for this, and program it in a way that wherever you are, you're seeing it, and you can catch anybody that wants to steal it. So the next one is regulators of AI. How do we have regulators of AI? Yes, this is where research is now in. Like Unilag, we are developing policies in ICT, policies in this, AI policies. In fact, last week Friday, I got an appointment by NUC to be part of people to integrate AI in Nigerian universities. Yes, I've not even announced it. I've not announced it just because I was on my way to my father's burial. So I've not even recovered from that. I've not yet announced it, but it's going to start happening now. So we are going to integrate AI in all. So it's coming to pharmacy. So the same way we are doing GST in all courses, in all the departments, AI is going to now be integrated. And yours truly is one of them. I'm in the committee. I got the appointment last week, Friday. Yeah, so now there is something called AI governance. AI governance is coming up everywhere now. And majorly you see a lot of people from the law sector being part of these regulations. So now they want to create this governance and say who handles this who has this level, different levels, and anybody that breaches this, these are the penalties, these are going to be in place. That's why we create policies. So we create ethics and also protection. So governance is already on. It's not even an infant age. It's building up gradually. So it's part of what we are doing right now in the AI sector. Also, I see the pharmaceutical unstructured data for supply chain. Yes, supply chain is a key thing in the pharmacy. Because I noticed that, you have to move drugs from one point A to point B. And the supply chain drugs is not the only thing that supply chain is being meant for. There are other things you can use, but for pharmaceutical products that need to go around. I also want to ask a question before I even answer this. I heard that they closed down this market where they sell drugs. What will pharmacists tell us about? Because how would it be said? Is it that they sell fake drugs? The fake thing is too much in the drug industry. Why? How can we come? This is where we should use AI to discard. How do they produce these things? Or is it that they will now carry the expired ones and rewrite it? You know why we are saying that if you use AI, you will be able to check the stock, the product to stock, not to be putting those that you cannot sell. Then later you now bring it back, because we need to use data. So this your structured data, sir, will help us to have predictive nature of handling this pharmaceutical supply chain. If we have this data, we know that these drugs, we don't need them usually. We don't usually use them here. We really don't need to be producing them. I mean, we produce in Nigeria now. Don't we produce drugs there? But not all. %. Okay, so the rest you now import. And if it's not used, the people in that market will carry. And they will not make. There are no ethical. No, but this one is life. Now I thought anything that had to do with life. Yeah, but this one is people that have sense and they are doing it. Is that fair? That means they are committing murder every day. and our NAFDAC system. No, but no.
These are people that we should actually be talking to. Yeah, I think that's one of the things that is coming out here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. The National Secretary of the Society is in the house, and I'm sure those who have the ears of the President, they are in the house. I mean, we need to talk to our colleagues in computer science. Yeah. Like I've told you, listening to Dr. Yinka Banjo, we will all stay here till 5 p.m. Those of you who want to ask questions, I will only give you one second. Ask the question, Madam, we answer it later, because Professor Adeleye is in the house, and he wants to tell us now specifically how this can be applied to healthcare. So, please, if it is more than 1 minute, I will use AI to stop you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. My question is this. The military drones that dispatch bombs in the northern part of the country that destroy so many innocent lives, is it AI problem or human error? Thank you.
Madam, please help us write it down when you are making your concluding remark. Yes, Director Moses. Please help me pass the microphone to him.
Okay, thank you very much, ma. Okay, my question, I have two questions. One is how and where about application of AI. Like somebody asked, how do we apply it to our personal businesses? Like you talked about predictive machine learning, where we can apply AI to predict the trends in our businesses. So how do we go about it? And about where are the AI? Are they in form of software that we can access online, that we can apply in our businesses? So that is one. Two, there are so many adverts online about training on AI, data analytics and the rest. How genuine are those trainings and how marketable are they? Do you advise that one can undergo those training, and are they marketable?
Okay, thank you. There are other questions which I want Dr. Yinka Banjo to keep.
Sorry, that first one, I missed something. The first one is, I got the training part, but the...
How do we apply
in our personal business?
And where is AI? Are they in form of software?
Okay. No, he said they have 3 different categories. So please, ma, just help us note it when you are making your concluding remarks. You answer. There are other questions online for you, which I want you to take note, ma. What about AI in cybersecurity? What other AI tools do we have apart from ChatGPT? When we are talking about data-driven decision-making in fields such as medicine and all others, they want to know how AI can be applied. And I think these are things that Professor Adeleye will be discussing with us, application. So now we have enjoyed the lecture from Dr. Chika Yinka Banjo. You turn people like me into a student again, undergraduate again. Because the way I was looking at you, listening to you, it's like you should not stop. So we will still have a little more of you before we allow you to go, ma. But let's call in our dear prof. No, I want you to keep it. So that when you come back, that's where you... That is where you start. That is where you will start. You will start from there when we finish with Dr. and Professor Banjo. Professor Adeleye. Professor Adeleye is the director of Center for Artificial Intelligence Development, University of Benin. Nobody is clapping for that. And I tell you, I've not met Professor Adeleye face to face. It was a dear Professor Enato, a pharmacist, who called me and said, look, we want to talk about application and principles, general as it is. What about in healthcare or in pharmacy? Do we have somebody who has an idea of that it has been done or should be done? And that is how he introduced Professor Adeleye. I called him, I spoke to him, and guess what? Like our Madam Chairman and Madam Speaker, there was no argument. Other than, oh, fine, that is something he likes talking about. That all I need to do, send him a formal letter, which I did. Another round of applause. Then Professor Adeleye is also a professor, like I've said, and consultant in public health and community medicine of the University of Benin and University of Benin Teaching Hospital, Benin City. Dear Prof, we are happy to have you. Could you please show your face and talk to us? Professor Adeleye. Hello, Prof. Very good.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Thank you so much. So please, the floor is yours.
Yes, I'm already on your screen. I hope you all can see my screen.
I see the screen. We thought it's a movie.
Okay, greetings. Please, I'd like to know how many minutes I'm speaking for so I don't exceed the time. Forgive me if there's a gap there.
No problem, sir. 10, 20 minutes is yours. If it is too small,
okay,
let us know.
I have to move fast, maybe leave more time for questions.
So that people can ask you questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right. For those who want to see my face, this is how ugly I am. It's not, my face is not AI compliant. Just as you see me so. Yeah. So I will lead with us to let's see how far we can go. There are important challenges here with respect to data. I mean, with respect to network, rather. So we'll do our best to make it as good as we can. Sorry, am I back with you? Sorry, there was a bit of technical hitch.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Online. It's okay. Can I hear you?
To speak on. It's clearly about AI, and that is what we're all talking about. And I must say that I've enjoyed myself listening to you. So I've been asked to talk on my AI experience, advocacy, and possibilities. I want to say very clearly from the outset here, last speaker said, as far as AI experience is concerned, not many Nigerians can say they actually have the experience the way it ought to be. A lot of what we share as experiences are just personal activities, personal endeavors. Ideally, the first thing AI should be doing is dealing with us at institutional levels, or we interact with AI at institutional levels. I will mention something about AI economics as I speak, and they will be able to understand better what I'm talking about. So very quickly, well, you probably know this man. To the left, I don't know him. but I know his picture. If you see the person to the right leading dogs, if they look alike, just like him to the right, then we're probably on the same page. So this is our outline. We'll have an introduction. I'll share some of my experiences and possibilities of AI with pharma examples, advocacy for AI, and then we shall conclude. By way of introduction, we just want to touch very briefly on what our objectives are, to briefly introduce what AI is, share my experiences, recommend approaches to advocacy, and draw attention to possibilities of AI using pharma examples. I want to please make it clear that I'm using pharma examples very, very intentionally. And that's because at the pharmacy level, there is strong inclusion, strong engagement of pharmaceutical industries in AI. And that's because basically we cannot speak of healthcare without medications. Medications are fundamental to healthcare. You cannot go to the hospital without thinking of taking some form of medication. That's not to say that everyone takes the medication, but it is intuitive. So it is because of that intuition that pharmacy plays a strong role, a very central role in the present and the future of AI in healthcare. Good enough, you are pharmacists. Most of you, perhaps all, are pharmacists, so we can talk clearly. Now, what really is AI? I mean, this is a bit basic, I imagine, listening to the comments made and questions asked. AI is the simulation of human intelligence, all right, using machines that are programmed to think, learn, take decisions, and perform tasks just like humans. Now, these are essential to our definition of AI. Let me appeal to us to please get this point. What many people call AI at individual levels is not AI. People tend to mistake basic routine digital technology for AI. For example, if you have a wearable device that checks your blood pressure, your pulse rate, and so on and so forth, and displays the readings from time to time, that is not AI. Why is it not AI? Because it's not involved in decision making. It's not performing human-like tasks. There is no learning involved. Keep in mind, machine learning is fundamental to AI. So that's why we have the basic requirements there. When we say basic requirements of AI, these are what we refer to: data and more data. Then we have algorithms. What do we mean by algorithms? Think of how to cook soup. You want to cook soup, you need to buy soup ingredients, wash them, boil, cut them in pieces as desired, cook for a while to different extents, depending on the type of soup you are cooking. Those steps you follow, one by one, that eventually convert your soup ingredients into actual soup on the table. That's what we mean by algorithms. So that's what AI does to data. What AI simply does is use available data and takes the data through processes to give you the desired output. Now, the instruction you give to make the data pass through algorithms and give you what you desire is what you call a prompt. And as simple as a prompt may appear, it is very, very vital in giving you the desired output. Now, let's make it also clear here that there are people who have, in fact, specialized in prompt engineering. So AI is very diverse, very big, and more, there are changes every day. Now, what is learning? We can see learning mentioned there. Machine learning, as we shall soon see, is the core of AI. There's also natural language processing. That is absolutely essential for communication to take place. So what is machine learning? It simply refers to a process by which a digital machine takes on data, builds a model, and then provides a predictive outcome. And I had a conversation going on moments ago about predictive analytics. That's what AI does, and machines are what do that. At the core of machine learning is what we call deep learning. That's not a part of what I'm going to talk much about. But I intentionally put a link there. I hope you all can see the link at the bottom of this page. Everybody can do a level of machine learning. You can teach a machine some basic things, and then it will obey you. So you may want to put a picture of, let's say, a capsule, to recognize a capsule. You want a machine to know what a capsule is. So all you need to do is introduce standard pictures of capsules, and then you want to differentiate those capsules from tablets. Also introduce tablets. Let the machine know what tablets look like. When you have introduced several pictures of these, and then you bring in a new one, ask the predictive model to determine what that material is. It will tell you whether it's a tablet or a capsule, or depending on how you program it, whether it's a capsule or non-capsule. So those are basic things to make us appreciate what machine learning does in AI. It predicts only based on the data that it has been taught, and you can practice it basically. Of course, there are bigger, more robust models to help us understand this in practice. So let me just share my experiences very briefly. I'm not here to show how fantastic I am. In fact, I have intentionally avoided anything like that would suggest self-praise. But maybe during the questions and answers, we can discuss a few things. Now, basically, I'm a medical doctor. I'm a professor of medicine. I've been teaching computers in medicine, shall we say health, since 2006. So next year will be 20 years since I've been teaching computers. Some of you may have heard of Mehid Africa in 2021. It was an international conference at the heat of COVID-19, in which I hosted here in Benin City, but with international participants from different continents. The idea behind Mehid Africa was to promote digital technology application in our daily routines, in health services generally, cutting across laboratory practice, physiotherapy, clinical, and so on and so forth, and pharmacy, of course. So I founded that by the grace of God in 2021. Then I started studying AI that same year, maybe a little before that, but the major focus was in 2021. Then in August 2023, I delivered a conference workshop paper on invitation by the College of Medical Sciences, University of Benin. I was asked to deliver a conference workshop paper on AI applications in health. Then I underwent the 3-month practical AI course by VICB. Some of you there listening may be VICB graduates. We did that last year from January to April. Now, I then went ahead to propose the development of an AI policy and a Center for AI University of Benin. I was appointed the chairman, AI Policy Drafting Committee, based on my recommendations to the university. And while I was working with the committee drafting the AI policy, I got another letter appointing me Director, Center for Artificial Intelligence Development, University of Benin in July 2024. Now, the only thing that existed as of July 2024 about the center was my letter of appointment, which essentially is nothing. It doesn't tell us that a center exists. In other words, it existed only in the letter in my hand. So, which was a big matter. And I want to emphasize this because it's a governance issue. I heard I think it was the last presenter who talked about AI governance. So this was one of the things that introduced me into AI governance. Now I'm into startups, I'm into development of roadmaps, business development, and so on and so forth in AI. Because this startup opportunity has given me the drive to pick up skills and then implement those skills. Now, August 2024, we completed the draft policy, and I've engaged the University of Benin Teaching Hospital. Keep in mind that my appointment is by the University of Benin. The teaching hospital is separate, as we all know. Now, I've also engaged IRUA Specialist Teaching Hospital, IRUA. That's also in Edo State, Edo Central, whereas Benin City is in Edo South. I'm engaging teaching hospitals because we need to start applying AI in health services. Right now, as far as I know, there is no hospital, not even a teaching hospital in Nigeria that is significantly, mark my words, significantly applying AI in what it does. However, I must say this, there is what we call expert systems in computer science. Expert systems are precursors to AI. Let me give you an example of what an expert system is. When you are typing your SMS or WhatsApp, you know some words are suggested. That's based on the data already stored in the device or in the software you are using. Now, based on that, some predictions happen, and then there are displays. So you can select which word you want among the listed words. The interesting thing is that the more you use those words, the more the system captures them. That is not yet AI. That is what we call expert systems. What you see in many teaching hospitals are expert systems. So expert systems can tell you after doing an ECG that this is the condition of the heart. You are given different graphs, the expert system reads off the graph. It is based on data that it already stored from different countries over many years. That is not necessarily AI. I'm emphasizing this because people brandish many things as AI in health system, but that's not. Until the expert system does something that humans cannot do, that's when it becomes AI. What humans can do, what only humans can do, not what machines already do, not just a matter of providing information, but there has to be a strong content for human-like decision making. All right, so let's save time. I developed, by the grace of God, a mandate for the Center for AI Development in UNIBEN. Vision, objective, core values, functions. This is also a part of AI governance. And I must emphasize that without such documents, you cannot discuss with collaborators. You cannot engage with the international community or possible donors who are interested in investing or participating in your AI initiative. All this must be properly documented. AI that is not institutionalized remains mere theory, and governance provides the foundation for direction and operation of AI. So startup business plan, advocacy collaboration, even in-house advocacy. I had to engage with the Department of Computer Science, Department of Computer Engineering, the ICT in the university. And then I'm also discussing with international communities, the international community, that is the industry, even some universities, then European Commission, and so on and so forth. All of these are going on by the grace of God, led by me. I'm also setting up systems for the center. Remember, the center started with just my appointment letter. Now we have a space. We are slowly furnishing the space. I'm advocating for equipment to be supplied. Remember, I mentioned that we have developed a business plan. Now, to set up systems for an AI center is a very expensive venture. In Naira terms, to set up something that's basic may be as much as a trillion Naira or even more. So we're talking about 100,000, maybe 100,000, 200,000, $5 or $1 million if you really want to do something good. But at least we can start from somewhere. And where did I start from? My laptop. I use my laptop for that. That's not ideal. That's because I am patiently waiting for the university to approve the release of equipment. We don't have the time to talk about equipment now. I must move on quickly. Then I'm also building my personal capacity through continuous learning. Setting up an AI system is critical for AI to work anywhere, whether it's in the hospital or in the university system. I remember the university is the universe, so it must cover all sectors. Now, what are my specializations in AI? AI governance, AI ethics, AI supported research, and AI economics. I'm into health economics. I studied health insurance. I studied marketing. I also studied healthcare financing, which was my specialization when I did did my master's degree in health planning and management. I also hold a master's degree in ethics. So I'm able to bring much of the things I have learned into AI and AI into them. So these are the key areas of my function. Now, what are the possibilities of AI? I'll just run through a few, and I'm not going to talk much. We'll simply do what we can do as far as technology permits us.
Biological activity, potential side effects, and then use that knowledge.
I'm wondering whether you can hear what is going on.
Therapeutic properties.
That's fine. So are they actually creating new drugs with AI?
Yes. And it's not. All companies are generative.
Sorry, can you hear this? Is it loud enough?
Bolu, give more volume.
15 new drugs focused on areas like cancer, like cancer.
We are hearing you, Prof.
Explain
promising AI-generated targets for.
Can you hear the video I'm playing?
Oh, the video, yeah. But it's not loud enough.
Yeah, the volume is not loud.
It's not loud.
Yeah, but I mean something about development of drugs. Maybe you could go ahead without the video.
Yeah, I will.
Imagine a computer that can analyze billions of.
Is it any way better?
Structures, biological activity, potential side effects.
So I will simply explain.
To create a completely new molecule with specific therapeutic properties.
So are they actually creating new drugs?
We all have background in chemistry. So we know that a critical element in drug development is drug discovery in the first place. The identification of pharmacologically potent moieties and radicals and molecules help us to work towards the identification of a potential drug. Now, AI has been so well developed in pharmacy that we now talk of generative chemistry, gen chemistry, just as we say gen AI in the bigger sense of it. So there's gen chemistry that goes that far. So it's so intense in drug development. The second video goes further to let us know.
Basically talk to all the pharmaceutical
Is this better?
to understand how the traditional methods
for drug discovery and development.
Can we hear this?
None created a blueprint.
Yes.
Yes, Prof.
Better a
You
little
can.
bit. Better.
The AI, what is so improbable, became possible. And we've managed to enter phase 2 human clinical trials now with an AI discovery.
So you can see the drug is already in phase 2. And what is interesting here is that pulmonary fibrosis is not a condition that you easily get a medication to treat. The pathology of pulmonary fibrosis leaves very little hope for that condition because tissue regeneration is very difficult when fibrosis has already happened. So there is hope, however, that with the careful study of tissues, it is possible to develop molecules that can reintroduce some element of life into fibrotic tissues. And that's a very, very difficult technology, we must confess. For those who may understand the pathology of fibrosis, you understand what I'm talking about. It's like converting a non-living thing to a living thing, essentially. But what it then does is to take on the genomes of those tissues that are still alive and replicate them to replace the dead tissues. So that's essentially what it does. And that's pretty high tech. Hopefully that drug will be out this year, next year. But it may not be, it will not be that rapid ordinarily because that's not how you're pharmacists. That's not how drugs come out. It may take 10, 15 years, even from phase 2. We are looking for side effects, we're looking for adverse reactions, and so on and so forth. But AI can be so predictive that you can tell from the word go that once the desired activity or clinical outcomes are identified, many other manifestations can easily be predicted, and so you can tell what you might expect as side effects. We do not want to make assumptions, and so caution is always exercised not to use predictive analytics as a form of replacing actually identifiable side effects or toxic effects of medications. It's an ethical issue in AI. Of course, there is a part of AI that is AI ethics. However, it is undeniable that what would have taken 10, 15 years in drug development is now slowly being reduced to 1-2 years or even shorter. That's what AI not only can do, but it's already.
How are pharma companies using AI? Pharma companies are already using AI today. In drug discovery, AI helps in identifying new drug candidates, analyzing vast data sets more quickly than traditional methods, which speeds up the discovery of new drugs and can also predict potential side effects. Clinical trials. AI used to design and optimize clinical trials by helping in selecting suitable candidates and finding out the right data points. This can increase the efficiency of trials and improve the likelihood of successful outcomes. Manufacturing. AI helps in monitoring production lines and predicting maintenance needs, which can reduce downtime and ensure consistent quality. And regulatory compliance. AI assists in navigating the complex regulatory environment by keeping track of changes in regulations and helping ensure compliance. That's how pharma companies are already using AI today.
Now, the biotech industry is actually like a domino. So one breakthrough will have more effect on all other connected fields. So let us say that there is a breakthrough in the dry lab, which is bioinformatics AI, and now more drugs are available in the pipeline, right? So now it will be giving more boost to the wet lab because now they will do more experiments on that particular molecule. So wet lab goes up. Now the moment wet lab goes up, more drugs are coming into the pipeline. So what happens now? Clinical research goes up. The moment clinical research explodes, what's the next? Regulatory and compliance, all of that explodes. So that is where everything is connected. It also will start from dry lab. It will accelerate wet lab. It will accelerate clinical research. It will accelerate regulatory and compliance. So it's all connected. You have to choose which one you want and then get in, because once you are in, you're going to learn a lot and you are going to grow a lot because biotech industry is exploding already. All the best.
So we see that AI has gone far in dealing with different aspects. It's not just in drug development, even in regulatory issues and compliance issues. AI is looking at who is doing what, where, how, and when. All that is required is data, data, data. Once the algorithms are set up and the machines have been taught what to pick up, then decision-making, analytics, predictive analytics, and co. come in. However, we must keep in mind that AI does not necessarily replace human beings. The aim at the end of the day is to see how we can mimic humans as much as possible. Looking at pharmacy literature and AI, it's obvious that a lot of concerns have risen as to whether AI would take jobs of pharmacists. My position is no, it will not. It will rather power the job of pharmacists. It will make pharmacists more productive rather than replace them. People have argued with me on this matter, and I told them something simple. If AI becomes so autonomous as people fear, the simple thing to do is to switch off the power supply. It will not function. Once you switch off power, the machine will be looking at you, the robot. However, going to other aspects of health services, we have a lot of advances already. Not in Nigeria, though, but a lot are being tried in Europe, in the US, and importantly, even in India. We have cases now where robots carry out surgery. So how does it work? You have a surgeon in Nigeria operating in an AI-powered theater, and the patient is in, let's say, South Africa. The robot is in South Africa, but the surgeon is in Nigeria. The surgeon is giving instructions to the robot to incise particular parts of the body. And the instructions are not just words. For now, they are manual. So that way, it is possible to send data. That process of transmission is a very complex one because there must be detailed, the minutest form, compliance to the instruction given by body motion, hand motion. The correct instrument must be there, and the surgeon is viewing what is going on. So there's a sense of personal touch between the surgeon and the patient through the equipment, through the instruments used in theater. And it's been shown to be very, very fantastic. Hopefully, this will develop over a long time and will contribute to remote surgery, remote medicine, remote pharmacy, and that way, telehealth will attain a new definition beyond what we currently know. All right, so advocacy. It's one thing to have music. It's a different matter to have somebody dance to it. That's what this picture is at least telling us. It is important that we're able to deliver advocacy for AI. And that's one of the biggest things that's necessary. Why am I saying so? Well, I've removed some details or excluded some details from this, but let's look at what we have. Is the situation in a country like Nigeria. There's hardly anything that's not political. For anything to work somehow, you just must have some political backing for any big project to work. Except, of course, you have alternative sources of funding and regulatory mechanisms are not against you. What am I talking about? Some working principles are useful in order to establish an AI system that works. Recognize the characteristics of your environment, the human environment, technological environment, regulatory, political environments. Let me say here, some of you may not quite appreciate this if you have not had the experience before. The biggest or most difficult environment to manage in establishing an AI system is the human environment. And I can speak for the next 2 hours on what the human environment sets up for and against AI in different countries, including Nigeria. You'll be amazed how much I have had to do contacting different people to provide support for us to establish AI systems in University of Benin Teaching Hospital and University of Benin. Because I don't want to mention names or speak ill of institutions, I will not be able to say some specific things. But I can tell you that people who resist you are just many enough. People who will tell you, yes, oh, yes, we like AI, we are supporting you. Oh, excellent, carry on. Yes, we want it. They'll say that today. Meet them tomorrow. They are saying a totally different thing. I've faced that again and again and again. I keep mobilizing support, and there are people who stand against that support. Eventually, we will get there. We will make progress, that is. We are indeed making progress. I see the challenges as opportunities. If I did not understand how to study human environment, I probably would have given up. The technological environment is important for us to understand the gap. Where are we now? And where do we want to be with AI? If you don't understand all of this, you cannot segment your target audience. Having developed your vision, mission, objectives, the target audience is extremely important. So you need to segment. In marketing, we talk of market segmentation. So in University of Benin and University of Benin Teaching Hospitals, hospital rather, we have people at different levels performing different functions. And so you can segment according to the services that people provide. For example, you can have students, lecturers, pharmacists, laboratory scientists, doctors, nurses. I'm pulling both environments together now. What amounts to AI for each of these would differ. So it's not that AI is the same everywhere. Of course, we understand what we're saying. So, for example, many students have come across in terms of getting them to know where we are going in AI, actually think that AI is something they need to practice in secret. So a lecturer gives an assignment, many students go ahead and use ChatGPT, just copy and paste, or go to some other ones that will not be easily detected, copy and paste. And there are lecturers who are against AI, who say, oh, no, AI is making students lazy. The same kind of thing we experienced many years ago when the internet was introduced. Oh, internet will make people lazy. Now the internet is a routine already. AI has come in, oh, it will make people lazy. A professor was quoted as saying that AI is witchcraft. So the kind of advocacy you need to do with persons who see AI as witchcraft will not be the same as that of somebody who is already promoting AI. For me, for example, it is compulsory for all my research students from undergraduate to PhD level. All my research students must use AI at different points because that's where the world is going. And because of my strength in AI ethics, including the technology used to guide ethics, I'm able to help to guide them and warn them against copy and paste. If I listen to some presentations, I can tell that this is AI, even without using AI tools to detect possible abuse of AI. So AI ethics will help to solve a lot of problems that people complain about in your different market segments. The most suitable form of advocacy must be used for each audience. We build collaborations, internal, local, and international. All messages in advocacy must be convincing and clear and comprehensible. Now, how do you develop the advocacy approaches? What are your priorities? Just to give examples, if you are going to discuss with the CEO of your company or want to introduce AI to your company, you should be discussing The first thing is to discuss. Don't just write a letter. Discuss with people in the board members, management committee members, even meet the CEO and have a 5-minute discussion or less with them. You may be invited to do a presentation, and you should, in fact, propose to deliver a presentation. That then would drive your desire or your objective home in a better way. Because once it's accepted at the highest level, it flows down. What about your colleagues? Talk about it. Keep talking, keep discussing, keep encouraging. Do presentations, attend workshops, make comments. As long as the mind accepts a concept, it tends to work towards it. What about donors? Who are the donors? Where are they? What kinds of approaches can you use? Discussions, letters, grant applications. I have used some of these things that I'm talking about. These are not just theories. Only last night, I discussed with somebody from the European Commission. We're talking about AI governance, AI ethics, and I'm being invited to participate in AI governance and ethics issues, especially including research and supporting research efforts in AI and AI ethics from my base here in Nigeria. So that's the kind of thing that goes on when we network, when we discuss with people, we ask questions and engage with people who are already in the field. The field is getting wider and wider every day, and there are opportunities that abound. That you're a pharmacist does not mean you should limit yourself to pharmacy AI. You can also go beyond pharmacy AI into areas that you know you have strength in. Well, quickly, as you apply different forms of advocacy from time to time, keep in mind that it may be necessary for you to change from one approach to another. What is important is that you sustain good, healthy communication to gain support from different stakeholders. Stakeholder engagement is very critical at this point. Even in rich countries, advanced countries, they are very, very particular about stakeholder engagement. In all advocacy efforts, you must demonstrate seriousness, including a strong ethical orientation, especially when you are talking from Nigeria. I think you know what I mean. In conclusion, we have briefly introduced what AI is. I've shared my experience, little experience in AI. I've recommended approaches to advocacy for AI and drawn attention to possibilities of AI using pharma examples. There are a few things I've not really talked about, but perhaps during the question and answer session, we'll be able to do that. I want to thank you all very much for the opportunity to be with you.
Wow. Wow, Prof. Thank you so much. You just arrived. Spot on. Echo, whose phone is that? Somebody must be on somewhere there. Oh, me? Okay, fine. Thank you, Prof. Do you have questions for Prof before I will call in Dr. Yinka Banjo to wrap up? Questions? I think one thing that bothers me, Prof, is when do we expect, since all you have tried to do in University of Benin and University of Benin Teaching Hospital, when do we expect that we start seeing practical application of AI in that environment?
Okay, so let me say what I believe the early harvests will look like. I expect the early harvests of the benefits of AI to capture areas such as knowledge sharing, research. Let me give you an example. There are different AI applications just now that do fantastic statistical analysis. I'm a statistician. I teach statistics to PhD level. Let me pick an example of a complex statistical analysis, something like logistic regression analysis. Of course, I'm talking about the multivariate form. When you if you know how to do it, you know it can be very tedious, especially when you are developing a statistical model to use independent variables to explain an outcome variable of interest. But right now, there are very powerful AI tools that can do that as long as you have your data. So once you give the instructions to the AI tools like size space, I like size space a lot because it is very, very compliant, and it's really addresses, it's able to read statistical language very well. Once you provide your data and you give the instructions, within 1-2 seconds, you see your results looking at you. Many tables have been drawn, the reports already written, and you just wonder what's going on. So that's the kind of thing I expect to see in AI in the ensuing weeks and months. And it requires that the lecturers, we who are the leaders of the industry in different ways, should begin to take on AI and learn the skills. So the moment I encourage my students to use AI, I teach them how to use some AI tools, they learn it, and they go on that way. Of course, it's going to spread. People will even do business with it. With ordinary SPSS, people earn money, not to talk of using very powerful AI tools. The rigority and is so fantastic when you know what to do. So that's where I expect to see AI. In terms of knowledge sharing, of course, there are many people now who understand that for you to develop proposals, for you to do some write-up on research, even when your data are already available, you can give instructions for your AI tool to report your research work and even do a discussion. However, the warning is always this: never use AI to replace your brain. AI can write nonsense. Let me give you an example. I asked AI to do something for me about a month ago, something on which I had provided data for the AI tool. And then it was talking nonsense. So I simply asked the question, where did you get this from? That was Meta AI. You won't believe what Meta AI told me. Meta AI said, well, I really didn't know the answer to your question. I just made up this answer for you. You can imagine that. If AI can just be fabricating answers, it can mislead you. So you must be very, very careful.
Very
research,
interesting, Prof.
knowledge sharing, there's some aspects of development, yes.
Very interesting,
All right,
Prof.
so maybe to save time, I'll stop here.
Thank you so much. There's something that Dr. Yinka Banjo told us, and I'm really picking that as one of the take-home. You know, that collaboration between the oncology department and computer science department, you know, by bringing their own data and say, hey, this is our challenge, this is what we need, can you design something for us? And I think that is what I want us to take home here. I mean, we can reach across the table. Yeah, even the clergies can take the computer.
Can I come in there?
Okay, Prof.
Can I come in there?
Yes, sir.
You see, even then, we must be very, very, very careful. Let me explain why. There must be, that collaboration must be very carefully guided. And the reason is this. Oncologists, or indeed any health scientists, let me even use a pharmacy as an example. You want to tell how old a drug is, for example. What is the age of this medication? Or is it still safe for use, even if the expiry date has not been reached? Maybe because of exposure to inappropriate temperatures for that medication. You now have cause to query the safety and the efficacy of that medication. Of course, you can develop models, AI models, to do that. It's not enough to just say computer science. Let me tell you one of the tensions I'm managing here. and I'm being very, very careful talking about this. There are persons who say that especially among computer scientists themselves, who insist that you must be a specialist in AI for you to say anything in AI, even if you have a PhD in computer science. It's as serious as that.
That's another
So we're
trouble.
trying to even encourage some form of cooperation. Somebody a professor of computer science in a certain university, studied AI. Though her specialty was not AI, she took out time to go study AI. There were persons in her department that attacked her to say, and said, you don't have authority, you can't talk where AI is being discussed. That's a professor of computer science. So a lot of disharmony, unnecessary and meaningless rivalry is going on. So
God
we
help
must
Africa.
exercise caution.
God help Africa, sir, so that we can move on. What
Amen.
Dr. Yinka Banjo was
What
talking
I
about.
encourage is this. Yes.
She was talking
Yes,
about.
I encourage that collaboration, but it is in an atmosphere that encourages openness.
Yeah.
Developing a model requires that you have the data that can be used by that model in predictive analytics so that the answers or responses get to be reliable. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. No, yeah.
Dr. Yinka.
Yeah, thank you. She was talking about the experience in South Africa, which shows that we're actually talking of different paradigm when you compare it to our situation here. Is that not what you said? I mean, this seems to have gone a little far. So thank you, Prof. We appreciate you. We have cause to engage you as we move on. So we just do two things more. I will ask Dr. Yinka Banjo to give her concluding remarks. Then our chairman will speak to us and we round it up. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for everybody here seated. You have been here since 9 a.m. And to our colleagues who are online, I think we still have quite a good number here. How many do we have now? Sorry? 87 from 150. You can see how today is Friday. It's a fasting period. So will please a round of applause to the 87 people that are still with. We will not overstretch you. Dr. Yinka Banjo will give us a concluding part, and our chairman will talk to us. We will wrap it up. Sister, I see that you're about to go out. So I said, wait, we will soon finish now. What? Oh, we want to charge. Just give it to our people there, they charge for you. I thought you want to go out. We'll finish now. Thank you, ma'am. Is that working?
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you for our last speaker. It would also be good to collaborate. Yes. So I see the questions that I'm supposed to finish here will be, somebody asked that when they dispatched bombs in the Sambisa forest, what was the...
Is it human error or AI problem?
But who dispatches the bomb? Is it the people that have gone to do surveillance?
They use military drones.
Okay, to dispatch. But that's planned now. It won't be error. I think they plan to go there to bomb them.
They killed innocent people.
Yes, that's the issue. So the issue is that for that to work, it's not human error. When they use them as shield, what would you do? You see, for us to even get this thing right, some will go. Oh, okay. So, okay, you're saying is it human? But you have the answer to that one, sir. When they see them, that they think is, even though that. In the Sambisa forest?
No.
Oh.
The village closer to
wow.
They said they had intelligence reports that bandits were going to like that. So, and they were the villagers were just went around food for it's a human error. They didn't get the identity right before they send you.
Okay, so you have the answer. Okay, thank you. The next one is trainings on how do you apply AI in your work? Okay, so you asked something about trainings, right? I forgot. That's why you said.
I said there are so many training online.
Oh yes, I remember that. Which one is the correct? Which one is authentic, the genuine ones? So it depends on you now. You know what you want to learn. So you'll be the one to decipher what you need. But there are some good ones that you know that, so there are some sites that you can go and learn, like Coursera, MIT. There are some courses, online courses that you can learn. The Udemy and all those ones. They are authentic. And there are some also that they do, like here, this type of program that we are doing now. You know that these ones are authentic. If you see the fake ones, I believe you should know. You can't go and put your money down on what you are not sure of. And it depends on what you want to learn. So it's always good to ask questions and check reviews also. So people will always review and say their mind and what they have experienced. That's also a guide when you check the reviews. Then the other one is, how do you apply AI in your work? It's your work. See the way he gave us the one in pharmacy now. He brought out some things that had to do with that space. So it depends on what you do, and do you think AI is required? Do you think AI will be an overkill? Do you think AI is required to make your work efficient, taking decisions for you so that things can be done properly? It's you that will determine and check. Learning what AI does and what it does in different fields, so you know your field. So what do you do, sir? Oh, so someone can actually develop and customize it for your own. So there are some existing ones that can be customized to suit what you now do here. So you're asking, where can you find it? So you check the existing ones and see who can do that for you. So it's something that you just approach those in the field and say, oh, can we do so? Then the next one says, somebody asked something about AI in cybersecurity apart from ChatGPT. It's person who asked that question.
There are two different questions. Okay. The one is application of AI in cybersecurity.
Yes.
And the other one is apart from ChatGPT, any other tool.
So ChatGPT is just one aspect that had to do with you checking, going to ask questions for. It has to do with natural language stuff and large language model. But for AI cybersecurity, we mentioned something about fraud detection here. There are some softwares we can use to fish, to find those that are going. A lot of Yahoo boys are online. And you see, it's this cyberspace that will still do this. For cybersecurity, we use machine learning techniques to develop softwares to catch them, just like we do in developing virus. We said something about fraud detection. Those that use phishing tools to be phishing people that have money, going into the cyberspace to be picking people's accounts by checking their IP address and tracking them. We also have softwares that also will fish these tormentors, if I can call them that, to be able to get them. So we have software, we have phishing tools, we have dictation softwares developed, we have a recommender system recommender system helps you recommend, that's not it. But we have tools that are being developed, dictation and prevention softwares. Any other question?
Thank you so much. Thank you. You have been so patient. Please, let's just wrap it up now. I will call on Madam Chairman to talk to us.
Yeah. Thank you. I don't know where to start. All I can say that this has been a phenomenal, program. I came here, just to be among my colleagues, my friends, and to learn, and it has surpassed my expectation. We had a very, very great presentation, eye-opening presentation from Dr. Chika and Yinka Banjo, Thank you. Great job. We couldn't have asked for anything better. I think you took us back to the foundation. Now there are certain terminologies and things that I didn't even know about that I learned today. I don't know about you guys. It's really been great. So thank you. We appreciate that, And we look forward to your slides that we're going to get so that we can review it. Now, another thing that I really would say was also an eye-opener was the presentation from Professor Adeleye. Thank you, sir. Now, you said a few things that I really do think is going to help with people in the pharmacy world. As you all know, for those of us who are out there in the United States, like you all know I'm in the United States, there's something, but I've done a lot of work here. I'm Professor Nato, I know you were one of the first people that brought me to Nigeria to share my experience. I will continue to thank you, and I'm really glad that you're on. One thing we will continue to hear is that lack of collaboration with the pharmacists, the physicians, and all that, for the sake of the patient, patient-centered care. Now, I will tell you guys, what AI will do is that it's going to force it. For those that are going to do it well and do it right and have a roadmap, it will force that collaboration. And Professor Adeleye mentioned it a couple of times. He's a physician, and he's already thinking that. So I really want to thank you, sir. I want to salute you for what you're doing at UBTH. And by the way, I also lecture over there, for having that roadmap that identifies the key stakeholders, including the health department, pharmacy, physician, bringing everybody to the table to have a roadmap to do this. And we all know that having a policy that comes out of this that tells us how to do it is really going to be this thing. So again, thank you guys. Thank you for the opportunity, and I'm glad to have been part of this. Thank you.
I think we need to stand up now and give our chairman, our speaker, a round of applause. Combine. And for our colleagues online, we really, truly appreciate you. We can move around here, choose some biscuit, take tea, coffee. But you have been there 78 at this point. That is really fantastic. Thank you so much. You can have your seat. We have Pharma News in the house. That's Ramilowo Ojajuma. So Pharma News has come to use artificial intelligence on us. I'm sure they are going to report. What they have seen here. Where is Emmanuel? Emmanuel, I want to thank Emmanuel. Please stand up again for recognition. He's always here. Let me say this, and we have spoken about it, Dr. Pans, earlier on. Our young pharmacists, how many of them are actually here now? Because the faces I'm looking at now, they are mostly the good old faces. Even online, it's mostly the good old faces. Please, I think it is important. Nothing is reserved for anybody. I kept on saying it. Yeah, I'm a pharmacist. The next question is, and so what? What are you capable of doing? That is a yes. What your certificate says that the holder of this document has the knowledge to practice as a pharmacist. That's all. Every other thing is about your output. It's about your output. And in order to make that output bigger for a unit of input, that's why we are doing this. So that we get to know more. So that our output can be bigger per unit of output. So I hope and pray that we have more people showing up for this. Like we have said, we're going to engage more and more. So thank you, Emmanuel, for coordinating that. Please speak to them. Let them know this is for them. Because in that group, we have about 450 people, right? So if only is the group that is here, we will not have enough space for any other person. Yeah, I want to thank the staff of Merited Care. Fortunately, none of them is here now, but they have been preparing for this for almost 1-2 weeks. I thank them for all the sacrifice and whatever. And they have asked me to give you this product. It's called Bioflow. And you can see what we put in there. Balance inside, bliss outside. because it is a product that helps you to correct the intestinal flora whenever it has a problem, and it's always having problem. And it's part of life for you to have problem. But if you don't have that problem there, you should ask question. But something to restore it. And when there is that imbalance, it manifests in different way. The one that is common is diarrhea, both in children and adults. So they've told me to give you 1 pack each as you move on. And if you know that sacrifice that they have made, that 1 pack each is an equivalent of about 10,000 naira. So, yeah, so everybody can live in, and that's the advantage of coming physical. So, what I'm saying is that next time, be physical so that you can take some part of that. I want to thank our sponsors. I mean, before now, I do this alone. But I think there was one we did, and everybody present here said, no, please let us put something down. And I'm surprised. Including our chairman, who I thought has already made too much sacrifice coming here. She was one of the first to send money to us. Oh, yes, to send money to us. So I thank all of you who have, but I received one just now from a member in church, an old woman who will not be here, but she sent money. Yeah, and I was wondering, I mean, this is about up and going people, but these are people that are near retirement. I mean, somebody that is already 70, 80, what do you want to do? A lot of our very senior colleagues who sent money to support this. What this means that with time, we may even move away from here. I mean, we can use a bigger venue so that more people can come, because all this thing costs money. We are just lucky that we are using leverage to get highly rated resource persons to come here. No, that's the truth. Please, it's just privilege that we are having. We brought Professor Adebisi here. You know Professor Adebisi very well. We brought him here. And this is what I kept on saying. Expand your network. Oh, yeah, because your network can determine your net worth. That's it. So the more your reach is, the better. So people that we ordinarily charge so much, but because I can reach them, we bring them here, to talk to us, and we benefit. If they were to be called at Lagos Business School and wherever, they know how much they are going to pay them. So, madam, we appreciate you that you are here with us. Yes, we are already thinking of the next one, but if you have an idea, send to us. Yeah, there may be topics that is bothering you, send to us, we will look at it. But we're already thinking of what the next one will be. All is in knowledge. You are in knowledge business. And I told you, when you have knowledge and you apply it, then people call you wise. Oh, that is the truth. So, may I call on our dear senior, Mr. Abiodun Ali, to please make this presentation to our chairman. Who is our photographer? Who is doing the photography for me? I come and join you so that Pharma News can capture me too. Yes, you can take this.
On behalf of the Pharma Career Advancement Group, this is an appreciation award presented to Dr. Teresa Pounds as chairman at the capacity building workshop held today, Friday, 28th of March 2025. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much. This is Lolu. Please come and present this to our dear speaker. Thank you so much. Professor Adeleye, I still believe he's in the house, but somebody have to be Professor Adeleye. From the picture I saw, Professor Adeleye, that's of the complexion. That's my brother there. You are looking. Who are you looking at? So I will call on Okoma, my dear sister, to come and present this to Professor Adeleye. Just assume that this is Professor Adeleye.
to see it and
just assume that you are presenting to Professor Adeleye.
Yeah, on behalf of the Pharma Career Advancement Group, we are presenting this to Prof. in appreciation for you being a speaker for this program. Thank you so much.
You have collected it. You will take it to Benin for him. Don't worry. You can return it to me. Now, Moses, our dear director, you have to present it to somebody who will take it to him. So, who will take it to him now? The pharmacist around. Yes, my brother. You know, sir, now you remain. He's still looking at somebody. You will represent Olumide Akintayo. And you will take it to him. Don't worry, I will take Adeleye so to him, but you will take it to Olumide. Okay. Dr. Moses will present it. Please, everybody, whether you attended online or physically, you will have your certificate. And certainly by Monday, we should be able to send the link.
I wanted to share something. I wanted to share it so that as we can just do that. It has to do with this collaboration thing.
Yeah.
Just for us to just watch, and I'm not going to speak it just for a video. I don't know if it's.
Please go ahead. They are still on.
So,
who is Olumide now?
I'm not So, this award is being presented to pharmacist Olumide Akintayo, FPSN, as a special guest of honor on the capacity building workshop dated Friday, 28th March 2025. So thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. This is to I will present it to him. I will appreciate the management of the Pharma Career Group and the attendants and the people that attend. A merit organization. God will bless you and keep you expanding more and more in Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you. So that one you won't return it to me. You go and give it to me. Thank God. All of us know him. Dr. Yinka Banjo has a video to share with us. When that is being done, your lunch will be served. And
so I can play. Actually, it's supposed to be. So this is a collaboration thing we are saying. My daughter is working in the space of computer science and biological stuff.
They ask you to use mic. Okay.
But will you be able to show on the screen? Can you show it on the screen? Huh? Okay. How about one? So she's in MIT and she's finished her undergraduate in US. Hello. Okay, so she's in MIT. She's doing her first degree there. She's finishing in May, and she's on full scholarship. But she presented something that had to do with all the things we are talking about, stakeholders. And since she's in the space of medical and computer science, she's doing cos 6/7, so it's kind of double measure. So she presented something that had to do with this. I just said, let me share it. Yeah. Sorry.
Can we have the photo?
Was born and raised in Lagos, Nigeria, and grew up to be Yinka was